Chapter 495. Gu Changa said with a smile. He stood in the sky, looking young and handsome. His white robe was spotless, and there was celestial chi around him. Along with the sound of the great path, flowers of the great path bloomed on his head. Then strands of celestial chi descended and entered his body. Then it reappeared on top of his head and turned into flowers of the great path, circulating and nourishing his body. Such a scene would make people think that this was a real celestial. He was above the mortal world and walked in the world of mortals. However, because of Gu Changa's appearance, the battle between the two worlds in front of Sky Deer City fell into a short silence. Whether it was the people of the upper worlds or the cultivators of the 8 barren 10 regions, they all watched this in shock. No one expected that not long after the battle ended, someone from the upper worlds would come forward. Moreover, it was the leader of the upper worlds, Gu Changa. On top of the city walls of Sky Deer City, all the cultivators were shocked. Many people's faces turned pale. They clenched their fists and trembled. Some people were even more terrified. Their teeth were chattering. Gu Changa's terrifying strength was undeniable. Before the Jekong Abyss, he fought against 3 cultivators alone and didn't seem to be in a disadvantageous position. Though he was young, his methods and abilities were unimaginably strong. Many people from the 8 barren 10 regions felt that even the legendary true immortals weren't as terrifying as Gu Changa when they were at his age. Today he was challenging Zhao Yunze, the most powerful cultivator of his generation 60 million years ago. How could this not make everyone's expression change? They were very worried. Though Zhao Yunze was strong, he had already fought against Gu Changa before at the Jekong Abyss. At that time, Gu Changa was still heavily injured. In the end, Zhao Yunze was still not his match and almost suffered a serious injury. Now, Gu Changa's injuries were definitely healed. His strength was so strong that it made people despair. There was no way they could fight against him. If Zhao Yunze fought with him, he would most likely follow in the footsteps of the other Dao enlightened cultivator and be killed by Gu Changa in front of everyone in Sky Deer City. It could be said that Zhao Yunze was the most likely person in the 8 Desolation 10 regions to break through to the Taoist realm in the near future. If he died here, it would be a great loss to the 8 Desolates and 10 regions. I didn't expect that young Master Changa would personally participate. It seems that Zhao Yunze won't be able to escape death today. He's nothing more than a little ant. He hasn't attained the Tao yet, so he'll eventually decay into dust. There's no exception to this. The eyes of the many Tao enlightened cultivators from the upper realm flickered slightly. In the end, they revealed meaningful smiles. They didn't expect Gu Changa to do it himself. In their opinion, with Gu Changa's current status, there was no need for him to do this. However, when they thought about it, Gu Changa probably wanted to personally deal with the person opposite him. Zhao Yunze was tall and muscular. He was extraordinarily handsome and had strands of divine light circling around him. Sword chi clanged on his body, and countless sword shadows appeared in his eyes. His expression was somewhat ugly. He also didn't expect that Gu Changa would take the initiative to challenge him. This caught him off guard. Moreover, it was at a critical moment in the war between the 2 realms. If he refused to retreat, it would be a heavy blow to the morale of the 8 Desolates and 10 regions. However, if he accepted, he might very well die here today. He had already experienced how terrifying Gu Changa was. He wasn't someone he could fight against right now. Young Master Yunze, you mustn't accept his challenge. That's right. Young Master Yunze, don't be rash. The person opposite you is Gu Changa. Seeing this, many elders' voices trembled. They wanted to persuade Zhao Yunze not to be rash. At this time, it was obviously not good to let emotions affect his decisions. He would fall into Gu Changa's trap. The rest of the experts, including some of the younger generation on the city wall, also spoke out. They didn't want Zhao Yunze to die for no reason. This wasn't a wise choice. How hateful. If I had another 100 years, I would have a chance to achieve Tao. Otherwise, why should we be afraid of him? Hearing the words around him, Zhao Yunzai's face also showed a conflicted look. There was deep unwillingness. He was very talented. For the cultivators of the 8 desolates and 10 regions, to become a 9th heaven quasi-emperor in 60 million years, he was only a step away from the Nirvana Tao realm. This was already an unimaginable cultivation speed. There were many people with extraordinary talents, but at such a young age, they were only at the supremacy realm at most. Unfortunately, he was stuck at the last step for hundreds of thousands of years. Until today, when the 2 realms were fighting, he vaguely felt that his opportunity to break through was very close. Unfortunately, before that time came, the army of the upper domain came. Looks like you don't dare. Then forget it. I thought you still remembered what you said that day. It's a pity that in the vast 8 desolates and 10 regions, no one can fight with me. Gu Changa smiled. Seeing this scene, he seemed a little regretful and sighed. Then his robe fluttered and he waved his sleeve. Crystalline Immortal fell from the sky and turned into a golden path that appeared under his feet. He was about to leave Sky Deer City. Hearing this, the people of the 8 desolates and 10 regions all looked sullen and angry. Unfortunately, they couldn't refute. They knew that this was Gu Changa's way of provoking Zhao Yunzai. He wanted to send Zhao Yunzai to his death. Naturally, they couldn't let Gu Changa do as he wished. Now, in the 8 desolates and 10 regions, no one was willing to fight with Gu Changa. After all, it was obvious that they were going to die. No one was stupid enough to do so. Wait. However, at this moment, Zhao Yunzai's words suddenly rang out. The struggle and conflict on his face had already disappeared, replaced by a cold and calm expression. He stared at Gu Changa's figure. He clenched and unclenched his fists. He seemed to have thought it through. If he avoided the battle, after today he would never be able to break through the last barrier. Gu Changa obviously knew this as well, which was why he said such words to hurt his Tao heart. Oh, you're quite brave. Gu Changa seemed to stop in surprise when he heard this. However, his tone was still casual. To the people of the 8 desolates and 10 regions, he was looking down on Zhao Yunzai. He knew that Zhao Yunzai couldn't control himself, especially in front of billions of people from the 2 worlds. This method of retreating without a fight was definitely a heavy blow to his Tao heart. Young Master Yunzai, you can't. If you step forward now, you'll be sending yourself to your death. Your life isn't just yours. Hearing this, the people of the 8 desolates and 10 regions were shocked. They didn't expect Zhao Yunzai to accept it in the end. Was he not afraid of death? Many experts had ugly expressions and couldn't help but persuade him. Moreover, morale was low. They had to think of a way to stop it. They couldn't let people continue to die for no reason. Yunzai Yu, the region master of the Yunzai region, was an extremely handsome, middle-aged man. His entire body was shrouded in chaotic fog. His eyes were deep, and there was a sense of invincibility. With every move he made, a vast and surging filled the world. Obviously, this was an extremely powerful Tao enlightened cultivator. He was not someone the few people who attacked just now could compare to. Father, I've made up my mind. You don't have to persuade me anymore. Zhao Yunzai's expression had returned to normal. Then he glanced at the people behind him, including his good friends and lovers. Although they were also trying to persuade him, Zhao Yunzai could only ignore them. This is the power of faith gathered by billions of living beings in the Yunzai region over countless years. Perhaps it can help you. The region master of the Yunzai region sighed softly. He knew that he couldn't persuade Zhao Yunzai. He glanced coldly at Gu Changa outside Sky Deer City. Then he waved his sleeve and a 3-legged purple cauldron appeared. It was surrounded by a golden brilliance, which was the power of faith that was constantly gathering from all over the world. Vaguely, it seemed to resonate with Zhao Yunzai. It caused his skin, bones, and lungs to shine brightly. He seemed to have been reborn. This is the power of the Yunzai region. The expressions of many Tao enlightened cultivators changed. The region masters of the 10 regions all had their own methods and secret techniques to use the power of their regions. Among them, it was said that the region master of the Yunzhe region gathered the power of faith into his cultivation. As long as his faith was not extinguished, his true body would be immortal. Such a method could be said to be mysterious and unfathomable. This is the ancestral flag of my clan. It was also stained with immortal blood. Today, I'll lend it to you to kill the enemy of the upper world. The Black Tortoise Divine Warrior Clan's leader of the 4 Divine Warriors clans walked over and handed a shocking flag to Zhao Yunzhe. This was the Black Tortoise ancestral flag. Although it was broken and many parts were stained with blood, it couldn't hide its invincible power. The 4 Divine Warriors clans all had their own ancestral flags. They had all been broken in the battle back then. However, its power surpassed that of many emperor weapons. As it fluttered in the wind, it seemed to shatter the universe. Seeing this, the people of the 8 Desolates' 10 regions were shocked. They suddenly felt hope. With the protection of these 2 supreme treasures, Zhao Yunzhe's strength would obviously increase greatly. He might not necessarily be Gu Changa's match. Thank you, Senior. Zhao Yunzhe nodded and received the Black Tortoise ancestral flag. His figure flickered as he passed through the teleportation altar and appeared outside Sky Deer City. His battle intent and sword chi soared into the sky, breaking the clouds as if they could shatter the universe. The expressions of all the supreme experts of the upper world didn't change much when they saw the scene. Although Zhao Yunzhe had the ritual instrument of faith and the Black Tortoise ancestral flag, in their opinion, Zhao Yunzhe was still not Gu Changa's match. Gu Changa's strength and invincibility had long been deeply ingrained in the hearts of the people. Let me guess, how long will it take young Lord Changa to kill this person? This person will definitely die in less than 100 moves. He's just a lowly ant. How dare he dream of defeating the leader of our upper world? They discussed. His figure was like an ancient demon mountain, eternally unmoving, standing tall in the fog. His eyes were cold, and his voice was filled with mockery and disdain. It wasn't loud, but it resounded between heaven and earth, causing the expressions of all the people of the 8 Desolates' 10 regions to stiffen. The pleasant surprise just now was like a basin of cold water being poured over them, making them feel cold all over. If it was a normal person's mockery, they would definitely return it. However, this was a group of supreme experts from the upper world who had overlooked several eras and were invincible between heaven and earth. Their might was terrifying just by standing there, and they couldn't help but kneel on the ground. Ritual instrument of faith? A tattered battle flag? Is this where your confidence comes from? Gu Changa stared at Zhao Yunzhe, who appeared with interest. Immortal energy swirled around his body, and white fog spread out. His entire body stood within it, but it was as if 3,000 ancient worlds appeared, operating there, pushing the world forward. A boundless and terrifying pressure descended from the heavenly dome, making all creatures tremble and kneel down. This was an incomparable might. The stars outside the sky trembled because of his thought, rising and falling like the ocean, about to turn into a meteor rain and fall. Zhao Yunzhe looked at him coldly, not bothering to hide his hatred and murderous intent. Strands of sword light rose around him, ready to cut down the sun, moon, and stars at any time. Don't be so full of yourself. Who knows before the real battle? He was not afraid. Since he dared to stand out, he naturally wouldn't be afraid of killing Gu Changa. As he spoke, a sword embryo appeared in his hand. It was a treasure that he had nurtured for many years, and it contained a terrifying, killing power. She begged for fresh flowers. "Oh, I'll take this opportunity to get rid of you today." Gu Changa smiled faintly and looked at him. Suddenly, the sky changed color. The moment his gaze swept past, it was as if thunder and lightning had descended, lightning intertwined, and the scene was incomparably terrifying. It made the void in this place explode. Zhao Yunzai's expression changed slightly, but he still held the sword embryo and charged toward him. The terrifying sword qi was vast and boundless, and it slashed down in an instant, wanting to cut through the galaxy. Yellow sand billowed. The army outside Tianlu City was affected by this power, and they trembled, triggering the power of heaven and earth. So strong! This is the power of the strongest person in our world 60 million years ago. Young master, Yunze dominated him. I've long disliked this guy. He looks like a transcendent immortal, but his methods are so ruthless and cruel. This scene made everyone in the 8 Desolates 10 regions excited. They felt that Zhao Yunzai's strength was no weaker than that of an ordinary person who had attained the Tao. Today's battle was also an opportunity for him. Many people were shouting and clenching their fists. They were very excited and their emotions were surging. However, Gu Chang'e did not care. Even his expression did not change. His eyes were calm. He merely stretched out his right hand, and the fragments of time danced in the sky. The rules of the great Tao circled around, and the chaotic qi surged. All traces slowed down. This was an unparalleled Tao and magic. In the eyes of ordinary people, he merely pointed out 2 fingers without any superfluous movements. It was very simple. However, in the eyes of the supreme experts, they couldn't help but feel fearful. They saw the fragments of time flying behind Gu Chang'e. The rules of the great Tao caused the world around him to become his domain. He could suppress eternity with a single thought. Boom! Instantly, a terrifying fluctuation erupted. All the rules surged as if they had been shattered. The sword qi just now was broken. You're too weak. Gu Chang'e gently shook his head. His eyes were cold. Boom! He pointed out a finger, and a dazzling sword light appeared at the tip of his finger. It was as if the Milky Way was pouring down, illuminating the sky. The momentum shook heaven and earth. It was unimaginable. In an instant, Zhao Yunzai was sent flying. Countless great stars exploded under this wave, silently turning into dust and annihilation. At this moment, even those who had attained the Tao were filled with coldness. Their hair stood on end. They were very afraid. As for the rest, even though they were separated by the seal outside Sky Deer City, they were even more frightened. Fear came from their souls. They all prostrated themselves on the ground, trembling. Wah! Zhao Yunzai kept spitting out blood. His face was pale as paper, and he kept trembling. The sword embryo in his hand was trembling slightly. He was sent flying hundreds of thousands of miles away. The front of his body almost exploded. There was a terrifying sword wound that was so deep that his bones could be seen. If not for the black tortoise ancestral flag floating above his head and blocking most of the damage for him, he would have been cut into a bloody mist. Both his body and spirit would have exploded. This scene made everyone in front of Sky Deer City fall silent. Their surging emotions were like a bucket of cold water being poured over them. More people gritted their teeth and trembled. Fear and anger intertwined. They did not expect Zhao Yunzai to be sent flying after just one exchange. If not for the protection of the black tortoise ancestral flag, he would have died. Gu Chang'e was too strong. His strength made people despair. It was no wonder that the strongest from the upper world had such expressions. They felt that Zhao Yunzai had no chance at all. I don't believe it. Again, Zhao Yunzai swallowed many recovery divine medicines. The vitality in his body surged and turned into a fog that enveloped him. He could not believe all of this. His essence, qi, and spirit had reached the peak of their power. But Gu Chang'e had so easily defeated him. At this moment, he gritted his teeth and roared. With a buzzing sound, sword qi clanged. His entire body was like an unsheathed divine sword that did not bend. At the same time, the black tortoise ancestral flag was activated by him. It erupted with a rumbling aura that swayed between heaven and earth, releasing a vast divine might. Although it was damaged, it had been stained with the blood of immortals. At this moment, it was as if an ancient war god had awakened and covered heaven and earth. Figures walked over one after another with heavenly blades, halberds, and other divine weapons in their hands. Their battle intent soared into the sky as they attacked Gu Changa together with Zhao Yunzhe. The power of faith in the entire Cloud Lake region was now supported by Zhao Yunzhe. Endless divine light enveloped him. The battle erupted. This place immediately became blurry and chaotic. Even the laws of heaven and earth were shattered into ashes. Kill! Zhao Yunzhe roared angrily. Sword Qi transformed into thousands of Daos. The phenomenon shook heaven and earth, causing the universe to resonate with him. At this moment, his aura had even undergone a qualitative transformation. It was more than 10 times stronger than before. Endless brilliance drowned Gu Changa. Even outside the sky, a terrifying rift appeared. Everyone watched this scene in shock. Zhao Yunzhe's current power was even more shocking than those who had achieved the Tao before. The black tortoise ancestral flag was activated. Not only did many figures walk out, but they also condensed into an unimaginably terrifying black tortoise. It reached out its palm to grab Gu Changa, but in the next moment there was a poof sound. Blood soared high, and there was even a sparkling, 5-colored light. It was very dazzling. Is this the so-called fearless resistance? Gu Changa's eyes were still cold. It was as if he was in another world, impenetrable. There was an eternally invisible gap between him and Zhao Yunzhe that he could never cross. His sleeves rolled up and light shone through the ages. It was as if it could tear apart the heavens and wash the river of time. In an instant, the stars in the outer realm shook. The entire universe was shaking. A huge golden hand slapped down from the sky, causing the phantom in the black tortoise ancestral flag to shatter, turning into ashes and dissipating. At the same time, there were endless crimson rays of light. There were hundreds of millions of rays lingering in it. In the end, they turned into crimson spears that pierced through the universe and pierced through Zhao Yunzhe. Then, with a boom, they shattered into pieces. Ordinary. Chapter 496. The entire celestial deer city seemed to tremble as a result of the violent tremors. Then, a rain of blood poured down from the sky, accompanied by sparkling divinities and colorful intents. Everyone in celestial deer city looked at this scene in shock. They watched as all the waves were calmed under such a powerful and terrifying aura. Zhao Yunzhe's body was torn apart by this spear and exploded into pieces. Dense cracks appeared on the sword embryo in his hand. Dazzling light appeared from the cracks, as if it could shatter at any time. This scene was shocking. The red spear was surrounded by billions of divine rays. It was like the legendary spear that could destroy the world, bringing endless calamity to all life. It seemed to be able to tear apart the universe. In the instant that it streaked across the sky, it obliterated all the figures that walked out of the black tortoise ancestral flag. The stars in the outer region trembled and rustled. A vast amount of energy surged like a boiling wangyang. People couldn't help but want to kneel before it. Gu Changa's figure was blurry and hazy. He stood tall in the sky, his eyes cold and emotionless. Billions of rays of red light condensed into a spear in his hand. He pointed it diagonally to the south, stained with blood. Clusters of silver flames circled around him, causing the void to crackle as if it was about to collapse. This was a shocking and terrifying scene. It carried an unparalleled power that could destroy the world. No living creature had the courage to face this spear. Young Lord Yunzhe. Impossible. How could this be? Everyone in Celestial Deer City looked at this scene in shock. Their legs went soft, and they almost knelt before this aura. They didn't expect this at all. Zhao Yunzhe had 2 supreme treasures on him, but he was still defeated so quickly. His body exploded, turning into a rain of blood. He seemed to have died on the spot. Zhao Yunzhe's friends and lovers instantly lost the color on their faces. They were stunned. Then someone looked up in disbelief. His eyes turned red, and his hair stood on end. He raised his head and roared, "My son!" Deep grief and killing intent appeared on the face of the region master of Yunzhe. He couldn't help but roar, containing unimaginable pain. A terrifying aura spread out from within the barrier of heavenly Deer City. It shook the heavens and the earth, making people tremble. Although he had a bad premonition, he never thought that Zhao Yunzhe would die outside the city. With these few supreme treasures, even if he was defeated, he could quickly escape. However, Gu Changa's spear pierced through his body. His body exploded into a rain of blood. The blood carried divinity as it fell into the desert outside of Sky Deer City. How could he accept this? If it weren't for the supreme cultivator beside him holding him back, he would have rushed out and fought to the death with Gu Changa. Region Lord Yunzhe, don't be impulsive. Gu Changa's strength is beyond our imagination. We are afraid that if you go out, you will follow in the footsteps of young Master Yunzhe. A few accomplished cultivators spoke with a solemn and fearful expression. They held back the domain lord in order to prevent him from killing his way out of the city in a fit of rage and fighting Gu Changa. This was obviously not going to work. Moreover, they even felt that the strength displayed by Gu Changa now was much stronger than when he was outside the Empyrean abyss. Therefore, they were worried that the region Lord Yunzhe was no match for Gu Changa. It seems that we have underestimated young Master Changa. This ant, who doesn't know what's good for him, didn't even last 3 moves before being killed. This bleak color of blood is really beautiful. When will this color dye the entire 8 wastelands, 10 regions? That will be the most moving scene in this world. The accomplished cultivators from the upper domain who were shrouded in the fog couldn't help but laugh when they saw this scene. Although they were surprised by Gu Changa's strength, this result was still within their expectations. No, this aura he's not dead yet. At this time, one of the accomplished cultivators from the upper domain suddenly frowned. He felt that something was wrong and stared at the blood fog that had collapsed. The rest of the experts, who were in the midst of a conversation, were startled too. They frowned and glanced over. In their senses, the rules of the heavens and earth seemed to be undergoing some changes. Oh, rebirth from the flames, is it a step further? It seems like I'm right. At this moment, Gu Changa also gently raised her eyebrows. She felt that the blood mist in front of her suddenly ignited. Multicolored light flew out from within, bringing with it a dense celestial mist. It was vast and boundless. At the same time, the sky above the 8 wastelands, 10 regions, began to emit Tao sounds. The rules of the heavens and earth were manifested, and the path of Tao appeared. Wisps of luck and the power of faith surged toward Qinnan from all directions, like a silver ocean. Bang! Endless flames burst out from the place. Divine chains of the rules of order crossed the place, as if they were constructing something. That's right, this is the aura of an accomplished cultivator. Young Master Yunzhe isn't dead. He's using this opportunity to improve himself further. The cultivators from the 8 wastelands, 10 regions, exclaimed. Many people were shocked, then overjoyed. They could feel the will of a new life being born in the flames. It was a vast and surging life force, and it seemed to be accompanied by the beating of a heart. Thump, 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 the sound reverberated throughout the heavens and earth, in the hearts of every cultivator and living being. It contained unimaginable Taoist rhythms, and could even help one comprehend the Tao. This was an unimaginable scene. An accomplished cultivator was born here. Because of this battle, he broke through his shackles and advanced further. In ancient times, the heavens and earth would even give birth to a heavenly tribulation to train him. However, this scene was shocking enough. The entire universe seemed to be feeding back. Endless spiritual qi, turned into Wang Yang, surging and boiling there. The older cultivators also heaved a sigh of relief, and smiles appeared on their faces again. Many of the younger generation clenched their fists. Hope burned in their eyes as they stared at the dazzling light outside Sky Deer City. I was wondering how young Master Yunzhe could have died so easily. Back then, he was an existence that could suppress his peers by himself. Even after 60 million years, young Master Yunzhe is still invincible against time. I'm afraid there will be a huge reversal in the battle now. When young Master Yunzhe achieves the Tao, Guchanga will realize how big the gap is between the two of them. Some people secretly thought and prayed. They had been holding back their anger for a long time. They couldn't wait for Zhao Yunzi to be reborn and kill the enemies of the upper world. In their opinion, achieving the Tao was a huge threshold. After breaking through, Zhao Yunzi's strength would definitely change dramatically. This was an anomaly. Since ancient times, evil had never won against good. Everything was under the heavens' help. Guchanga, I have to thank you for helping me. Otherwise, I don't know how long it would take for me to break through to the Nirvana realm. Zhao Yunzi's figure appeared. His face was blurry and illusory and had yet to solidify. Just now, his body was indeed pierced through by Guchanga's spear, and he was torn into pieces. He almost died. Fortunately, at that time, the supreme treasure of the great Cloud Lake region shone and gathered the power of faith. He felt that the fate of this world surged and protected his true spirit. With such an opportunity, he finally broke through in the face of danger. His cultivation took another step forward, and he became a true Tao enlightened cultivator with the power to reverse the situation. It could be said that compared to before, it was incomparable. Oh, it seems that the breakthrough in your cultivation gave you the confidence to say such words to me. Guchanga only smiled faintly and didn't care much. Whoosh! When Zhao Yunzi's body was rebuilt, the black tortoise ancestral flag swayed again. Previously, because it wasn't strong enough, it couldn't really unleash its terrifying power. Now, it was like a terrifying curtain that covered the world. Endless blood and murderous aura appeared from it, especially the blood on the black tortoise ancestral flag. It seemed to have come alive and caused the world to rumble. In the distant desert, yellow sand rushed into the sky and slapped into the sky. This was the power of a drop of blood, more like the true immortal blood. Now, under Zhao Yunzi's influence, it appeared again. Everyone could vaguely hear a loud chant in their ears. It was as if there was an immortal true immortal sitting in the depths of the ancestral flag. All the soldiers and living beings in the 8 Desolation 10 regions seemed to want to kneel down and worship this figure. This drop of blood caused the power of heaven and earth to surge. Looks like it's a true immortal who died in the 8 Desolation 10 regions. How dare a mere drop of blood act so presumptuously in front of me? Guchanga watched this scene with interest. Then he stabbed forward with the red spear in his hand, surrounded by terrifying Tao laws of destruction, and went forward. With a boom, the sky trembled and the ground in front of Heavenly Deer City shattered. All the stars exploded and turned into powder, becoming a dazzling scene. The crimson spear, which was supposed to be able to pierce through everything, crumbled with a cracking sound at this moment. This was an unimaginably terrifying power. That drop of true immortal blood was going to press down and turn into an immortal true immortal to suppress him. Everyone was shocked, feeling that the drop of true immortal blood was really going to come to life. Just the power that spread out was enough to make Supremes worship it and not dare to disrespect it. Boom! At this moment, even the expressions of the upper world's experts changed, feeling that this drop of true immortal blood, not only was it suppressing Guchanga, but it was also suppressing them at the same time. It rolled down. At first, it was 5-colored and sparkling with immortal chi. In the end, it turned black and red as if it had been corroded, and it pierced through the void with a bang. All methods were useless in front of it, and it fell straight for Guchanga. At this moment, everyone heard the ancient chanting. That was the peerless, true, immortal redeeming the world. It was just a drop of blood, but it was already so powerful. If it was a true immortal, how terrifying would it be? Many people couldn't help but have this thought, and some of them felt their scalps go numb. What a pity! Gu Changa's gaze was a little regretful. There were too many people here. Otherwise, he could directly take the drop of true immortal blood. No matter how much it was a resource that could be refined. However, in the next moment, he shook his sleeve and a yellow gourd appeared. At first, it was only the size of a palm, but its aura was so majestic that it seemed like the universe was about to collapse. Buzz! Then, at the mouth of the gourd, a 7-colored immortal light bloomed and appeared in the sky. It kept expanding, as if it had turned into a bottomless abyss. Immortal slaying gourd, many ancient figures in the 8 desolates, 10 regions were shocked. They recognized this supreme treasure. It was the one that was lost during the battle with the upper world. Many years later, no one could find it. In the end, Gu Changa appeared at the Boundary Monument Sea and took it away. Moreover, compared to the rumors, the current immortal slaying gourd was obviously more terrifying. In Gu Changa's hands, it had obviously been refined again. Just the endless, blood-red, murderous aura on the gourd was terrifying. Rumble. As the drop of true immortal blood revived, it suppressed Gu Changa. The immortal slaying gourd in his hand also spewed out a thick light, trying to swallow the drop of true immortal blood. However, the drop of blood also felt the fluctuation and began to release a blood-red light. It quickly expanded, and like Wang Yang, it swept through the heavens and the earth. Even those who had achieved the Tao were terrified at this moment. A terrifying aura erupted, and heaven and earth fell silent. The immortal slaying gourd tried to swallow the drop of true immortal blood, but the drop of blood also wanted to penetrate it. Gu Changa die. Today's battle should come to an end. Since ancient times, evil has never defeated good. This is an unchangeable rule. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Zhao Yunze, who had reconstructed his body, attacked again. His eyes were filled with killing intent, and he roared angrily. At this moment, compared to before, his aura was very different. He was constantly showing the aura of a Tao enlightened being that resonated with heaven and earth and was surrounded by the laws of the Great Path. The sword embryo glowed, and the traces of the broken sword shook the sun and the moon. It began to heal, and he slashed out an unimaginable sword that had reached the peak of his life. This sword could kill a Tao enlightened being. Countless cultivators in Sky Deer City watched this scene with surging emotions and boiling blood. It was as if they had personally witnessed Gu Changa's bloody sword. The pressure that Gu Changa gave them was too terrifying. They desperately wanted to see Gu Changa severely injured. After Zhao Yunze was reborn from the ashes, this feeling soared to an unimaginable level. If I can kill you once, I can naturally kill you a second time. Because the fearlessness brought about by ignorance is your courage. Feeling this fluctuation, Gu Changa looked up and frowned slightly. His eyes were cold and indifferent, and he looked away from the drop of true immortal blood. A pitch-black saber appeared in his hand. He didn't use any strength, but the majestic and heavy dermic power surged, and he slashed down in Zhao Yunze's direction. Rumble! This saber carried an unimaginable aura that swept across the past and present and suppressed the universe. It released an unparalleled power that made everyone in 8 Desolation 10 regions turn pale. The dome of the sky seemed to explode. That boiling and surging feeling just now froze in an instant. He almost prostrated himself in that direction in front of this aura. At this moment, their divine souls were almost out of their control, and they were trembling to the extreme. They didn't expect that Gu Changa hadn't been serious when he fought with Zhao Yunze. The Xianyang heavenly saber used to belong to the Xianyang demon emperor. It was a Tao weapon that had been nurtured for a long time. The moment it released its full power, the entire universe seemed to explode, annihilated by the saber chi. This, Zhao Yunza's expression changed. He felt that the sword embryo in his hand seemed to be trembling and couldn't withstand the fluctuation. But at this point there was no turning back. Terrifying fluctuations collided. The place suddenly became blurry, covered by endless brilliance. Chaotic qi rushed out from the broken universe and flooded over. Everyone's eyes were stinging, and they couldn't see what was happening. Even those who had achieved the Tao looked away, unable to look directly. They felt the burst of brilliant sword qi and the terrifying saber qi colliding there. It was as if countless stars had exploded. It was dazzling and sparkling, but it was also dazzling. But in the end, with a poof, there was a rain of blood that was even more intense than before. It was like a river of stars bursting a dam, and the world was dyed red. Everyone from the 8 desolates and 10 regions turned deathly pale. They were frozen on the spot. Chapter 497. As the blade slashed down, the entire universe seemed to be drowned in it. The boundless blade qi enveloped Zhao Yunza. It spanned across the ages and suppressed the universe. It contained unimaginable power. Rumble. The blade qi and sword qi crisscrossed and intertwined, causing the already broken universe to become even more fragmented. Then, with a poof, crimson blood splattered out. It was mixed with 5-colored divinity. The fountain of blood splashed high into the sky like a wave that broke the dam. It dyed the world red. Immediately after, a human head rushed out from within. In the end, the body exploded into pieces. However, the light there was too strong, so no one could see who it was. Crack! The broken sword core flew out, turning into dazzling fragments that filled the sky. It was like a grand display of fireworks, full of desolation and beauty. Impossible! This can't be real! Seeing this, everyone from the 8 desolates 10 regions turned pale. They lost all color and froze on the spot. When they saw Zhao Yunza rise from the ashes and break through again, they cheered for him. Now it was as if a bucket of cold water had been poured over them. Their bodies were cold, and they couldn't help but tremble. They looked out of Sky Deer City in fear. Even their souls couldn't help but tremble. There was endless divine light lingering there. It made the figure inside even more sacred and transcendent. However, blood was dripping from the black blade. It dripped down and pierced through the void. That was the blood of an enlightened one. It contained unimaginable power. But now, when it was reflected on the demonic, blade-like weapon, it caused everyone to tremble in fear. Just a moment ago, the invincible young master Yunzei had been beheaded. His blood was like a river of stars, drowning the sky outside of Sky Deer City. To them, this scene would become a nightmare that they would never be able to erase. Gu Changa's existence was like a terrifying demonic shadow that shrouded their hearts. Impossible. Young Master Yunzei has already broken through and become an enlightened one. This can't be true. Tell me, this can't be true. Young Master Yunzei is invincible. How could he fall? He has already been reborn from the ashes. Since ancient times, evil has never triumphed over good. Why is it still like this? Many cultivators and creatures cried out loudly, not daring to believe the scene before their eyes, feeling that this was too inconceivable. Some people couldn't bear the blow and fainted. The last hope in their hearts had collapsed. They felt that the world had turned black. In their opinion, Zhao Yunza had broken through at this critical moment and entered the Tao attainment realm. This was an opportunity to turn the situation around. This was a rare opportunity bestowed by the heavens, whether it was ancient records or biographies in the mortal world. There was no lack of heroes who suddenly made a breakthrough in their cultivation in times of crisis and saved the world. Today, the great army of the upper realm was pressing down on the city. Gu Changa appeared in front of Heavenly Deer City and attacked the 8 desolates and 10 regions. In their eyes, these scenes were so similar to the heroic stories and biographies. Zhao Yunza stepped forward at the crucial moment and was reborn from the ashes, breaking through to become a Tao enlightened one. Wasn't this fitting the image of a hero? And didn't Gu Changa's many deeds fit the description of an evil existence in the biographies? But why was Zhao Yu still defeated? Why was he defeated so thoroughly? Everyone was in despair and couldn't see a glimmer of hope. Is this the hope in your hearts? Indeed, his courage is commendable. Between heaven and earth, flowers of the great path bloomed, accompanied by divine qi. They were like carriers of the great path, bright and dazzling, appearing beside Gu Changa. He shook his head gently, as if he was a little regretful, but his eyes were incomparably cold, without the slightest fluctuation. Clang, clang! In Gu Changa's hand, the Xianyang heavenly blade trembled slightly. Streaks of black blade qi crisscrossed and let out a cheering sound, as if cheering for drinking the blood of a Tao enlightened one. I hate him. At this moment, everyone in the 8 desolates and 10 regions felt endless flames of hatred in their hearts and glared at him. My son Yunze region master's face was ashen, and his heart was filled with grief. Gang qi surged in his robes, and his hatred was monstrous. His eyes were red. If it weren't for the people beside him holding him back, he would have already rushed forward. Many people were gnashing their teeth and roaring in their hearts. Their hair was about to shoot up into the sky, and they were about to bite all their teeth to pieces. Rumble. At this moment, a terrifying aura was heard in the distance. The drop of blood was still surging between heaven and earth, turning into a blood-red sea, and fighting with immortal slaying gourd. Even without the activator, the drop of immortal blood was still awakening on its own. It felt an unprecedented pressure, and it was trying to resist the immortal slaying gourd's devouring power. The aura that erupted here was not inferior to that of the battle between Gu Changa and Zhao Yunze. Heaven and earth were turned upside down, and the void seemed to be turning into fine powder exploding there. Everyone in Tianlu City felt the resonance. That might be their ancestors' blood. Now that it had awakened, it once again felt the aura of the supreme experts from the upper world, and wanted to kill them. Despicable siphon of fate, it seems that this is the blood of his subordinates. Within the thick fog, a very ancient existence in the upper realm opened his eyes. Suddenly he let out a faint, cold laugh that contained a strong sense of disdain. Back when the 8 barren 10 regions were still the deserted world, that existence who stole the fate of the upper world had 4 subordinates, each of them surpassing the enlightened realm. The 4 people today were obviously the ancestors of the 4 war gods of the 8 barren 10 regions. At this moment, after taking care of Zhao Yunze, Gu Changa focused all his attention on the drop of immortal blood. The vast hibernating power of the immortal blood finally erupted completely, covering the universe and shocking the 8 barren lands. It boiled there, turning into an endless blood-red sea. What a rare resource! Gu Changa chuckled. With a thought, he activated the immortal slaying gourd, and the gourd's mouth shone brightly. Then it spread out for who knows how many miles, as if it covered the entire sky. Then, with a boom, a terrifying sword qi slashed out from within, instantly destroying that frightening sea of blood. Then the immortal slaying gourd expanded again and swallowed the sea. The drop of immortal blood was covered and was directly absorbed by the immortal slaying gourd. Faintly, everyone heard an angry roar coming from the immortal slaying gourd. It was as if a real immortal was shouting, but it was meaningless. All sounds were calming down. After all, it was not a real immortal. It was just a drop of blood. Plus, the immortal slaying gourd was not an ordinary item. Since it dared to call itself the immortal slaying gourd, it naturally had to bear the consequences. Just this alone was enough to show how powerful it was. Bzzz. Very quickly, the light on the immortal slaying gourd disappeared. It became normal and quickly shrunk. In the end, it fell from the sky into Gu Changa's hand. From its appearance, it was not much different from a normal gourd. Everyone from the 8 barren 10 regions watched this unwillingly. This immortal slaying gourd was the treasure of their world. But now it was shining brightly in Gu Changa's hand. After losing the drop of immortal blood, the black tortoise ancestral flag dimmed. It no longer had its previous majesty and seemed to have returned to normal. However, it was still taken back by the black tortoise divine warrior clan's ancestor using a secret technique. He did not let it wander outside. The moment Zhao Yunzi died, the small cauldron collapsed. However, it did not disappear. Instead, it dissipated into the world. It was a treasure condensed from the power of faith. It would not be destroyed just because it was broken. It could be reformed at any time. The curtains fell on this great battle, and nothing unexpected happened. Zhao Yunzi was easily killed by Gu Changa. Gu Changa's robe did not even flutter. He did not even move from where he was. From the beginning to the end, he looked down on them. This made many people from the 8 barren 10 regions fall into deep fear, anger, and unease. They asked themselves if they were in Zhao Yunzi's place, would they be able to survive? Other than a few experienced Tao masters, the rest felt a chill run down their spines. They could not find the slightest chance of survival. Wails of despair filled Sky Deer City. Many people felt that there was no chance of victory in this battle. They were filled with despair. His courage is indeed commendable. It's a pity that he met young Lord Changa. If it was any other ordinary Tao master, he would have been at a disadvantage today. That attack just now was terrifying. I wonder where Gu Changa got so many opportunities. Many Tao masters from the upper domain had different expressions and emotions. They could see many things from this battle. They were very curious about Gu Changa's strength, especially the opportunities he got. The black heavenly saber just now seemed to be the Xianyang heavenly saber that appeared 6,000 years ago. That was the weapon of the Xianyang demon emperor. How did it end up in Gu Changa's hands? It was said that the Xianyang demon emperor disappeared 6,000 years ago. How did his weapon end up in Gu Changa's hands? Many people knew that Gu Changa had gone to the demon realm some time ago. Could it be because of this? The Xianyang demon emperor's weapon. Could it be that the Xianyang demon emperor died in his hands? On the ancient warship, Wang Zijin, who had been watching the battle closely, was interested. According to her understanding of Gu Changa would not do something useless. Compared to the Xianyang demon emperor's disappearance, she was more convinced that the Xianyang demon emperor had met with some accident. For example, he might have died in the hands of Gu Changa. However, she did not have any evidence and was just making wild guesses. It seems that Zhao Yunzi's breakthrough has something to do with the 8 Desolates, 10 regions providence. Gu Changa narrowed his eyes and observed the changes in Sky Deer City's providence. After Zhao Yunzi had broken through, he had noticed that the providence had gathered. It was not the entire world's providence, but it was close. Under such circumstances, Zhao Yunzi's cultivation and aura could be said to have reached the peak of his life. Although he did not obtain the heavenly treasure chest by killing Zhao Yunzi in this way, Gu Changa could feel that he had taken away an illusory providence. The suppression of the 8 Desolates, 10 regions, heavenly Tao had weakened him greatly. Before the battle at Sky Deer City, many experts were unwilling to fight because of the suppression of the heavenly Tao. It would make it difficult for them to unleash their full strength and risk dying. This made Gu Changa feel that he could take control of the 8 Desolates, 10 regions after conquering it. After all, it was equivalent to forming a world of its own. The benefits were self-explanatory. After that, the void blurred and the golden path extended under his feet and returned to the upper world army. On the city walls of Sky Deer City, everyone watched as Gu Changa's sleeves fluttered in the wind. They were furious and could not hide their murderous intent. However, no one dared to ask him to stay. Even the group of veteran Taoists could only choose to remain silent at this moment, not daring to say anything. This scene made everyone in the upper world sullen. They had personally witnessed an expert of their own world being killed. After that, their opponent had left. None of them dared to stand up and take revenge. How detestable! Many of the elders could only hold their breaths. They were so frustrated that they wanted to vomit blood. Empyrean, dear mystic fairy, you personally witnessed your own people being killed by Guchanga. How can you be so close to him? Don't you feel guilty? Are you worthy of the billions of lives in the 8 desolates 10 regions, and everyone in Sky Deer City? Facing the upper world and Guchanga, they could not do anything. After thinking for a long time, they could only vent their anger on the Empyrean Deer Mystic Fairy, the traitor who had betrayed Sky Deer City and the 8 desolates 10 regions. At this moment, their words were filled with deep resentment and anger. It could be said that they were filled with righteous indignation. When these words were heard, they immediately passed through the seal outside Sky Deer City and reverberated in the sky. It was obvious that these elders had profound cultivation. Their words were supported by magic power and could be transmitted very far. Of course, they did not see the Empyrean Deer Mystic Fairy in the upper world army. However, they knew that the Empyrean Deer Mystic Fairy was definitely in the upper world. She just did not appear because she felt guilty toward the 8 desolates 10 regions. Hearing this, the expressions of many people in the upper world changed slightly. In particular, some of the strongest experts looked at Guchanga with strange expressions. They knew that the Empyrean Deer Mystic Fairy was now beside Guchanga. She had even appeared a while ago. Now that the people of the 8 desolates 10 regions treated the Empyrean Deer Mystic Fairy with such an attitude, they did not know whether to laugh or cry. Seeing this, many people on the city walls seemed to be ignited with anger and emotions. The anger and grievance that had been suppressed for a long time seemed to have found an outlet at this moment. Almost all of the beings in the 8 desolates 10 regions were angry at the Empyrean Deer Mystic Fairy. It seemed that because of her, Zhao Yunza and the others had died in front of Sky Deer City. Empyrean Deer Mystic Fairy, why don't you dare to stand up? Since you have betrayed our world, why don't you dare to face it? I don't know how you are going to face your former master. Some of the enlightened beings were also angry because of this and could not help but speak in low voices. Some of them were of the same generation as the Empyrean Deer Mystic Fairy's master. The Empyrean Deer Mystic Fairy had to respectfully address them as seniors. The elders who had spoken just now saw that many of the enlightened beings had said so. They seemed to have an unresolvable hatred for the Empyrean Deer Mystic Fairy. Suddenly, they had a target to vent their anger on and did not have to worry about revenge. They were even more unwilling to give up and did not show any mercy in their words. Empyrean Deer Mystic Fairy, do you still have the face to face so many ancestors and not stand up in such a dangerous situation? Instead, you surrendered to the upper world and personally watched our world's prodigies die in his hands. I don't know if your conscience can take it. Can't take it? They scolded angrily as if they wanted to vent the fear, grievance, and fear in the battle just now. Why didn't I see them coming out of the city to fight just now? Now they're blaming my master. What does this have to do with my master? Song Chan's expression was ugly, hearing that the elders were cursing her master. She was incomparably furious. On the upper world side, when they saw this scene, they all had different expressions, but they were very quiet and did not say anything. Previously, there was an enlightened being who had a grudge with the Empyrean Deer Mystic Fairy and had mocked her. In the end, he was warned by Guchanga. Thus, when faced with this kind of situation, they chose to wait and see. These are the cultivators of the Empyrean Deer City that you want to protect. Guchanga watched all this with interest and said to the Empyrean Deer Mystic Fairy behind him. The Empyrean Deer Mystic Fairy's expression was very calm, as if she was not surprised. However, when she heard these words, she could not help but sigh softly and looked a little sad. These people could not understand her difficulties, and they would not understand at all. Now, in the eyes of the 8 desolates 10 regions, she was just a sinner. Ada, Go and shut this group of noisy people up. Gu Changa glanced at her and said indifferently. The Empyrean, dear, mystic, fairy glanced at him. She did not expect Gu Changa to stand up for her. Her sparkling eyes were filled with indescribable emotions. Yes, master. De received the order, and his terrifying demon-like figure took a step forward. Light flowed on the nether metal battle armor as he appeared on the battlefield. He held a terrifying black spear in his hand, and his aura was terrifying. He glanced at the Empyrean deer city in front of him. The aura of a fourth firmament quasi-emperor enveloped the sky. The Empyrean deer mystic fairy is now master's concubine. Disrespecting her is disrespecting master. If you are unhappy, you can come here and fight with me. His voice was very cold and contained an iron-blooded, murderous aura. Hearing this, the group of elders who had been shouting and cursing couldn't help but stiffen. Their expressions turned ugly. The strongest among them was only a quasi-supreme, so they naturally did not dare to fight with Ada. Moreover, even if they were at the same level, they did not dare to casually fight, especially when this person was clearly terrifying. His murderous aura was so overwhelming that it could shatter the sky. Instantly, the area in front of the Empyrean deer city fell silent. After all, Ada was one of Gu Changa's people. He might be targeted by Gu Changa because of this. They were also very afraid of this, so they snorted coldly and chose to shut up. Ada stood there coldly like a mountain. He held his spear horizontally, and his murderous aura suppressed the world. In the following days, the experts of the two worlds fought in front of the Empyrean deer city. Peak experts fought, and primes joined in as well. Horrifying shockwaves shook the area. Toward the end, some of the younger generation could no longer bear it and volunteered to fight with the upper realm. Of course, there was no suspense in this battle. The 8 desolates, 10 regions, lost more than they won. Someone died in almost every battle. In the upper world, Guxian, Wang Zijin, 6th Crown King, and the rest of the younger generation had also made their moves. They fought against the geniuses of the 8 desolates and 10 regions in front of Sky Deer City, and naturally won. The morale of the 8 desolates 10 regions could be said to be at an all-time low. Chapter 498. The war between the two worlds lasted for several months. The upper world's army camped outside Celestial Deer City. Black clouds covered thousands of miles, and the stars seemed as small as specks of dust under the black clouds. The terrifying aura suppressed all the cultivators and living beings in Celestial Deer City, making them feel uneasy. They were worried that the formation outside Celestial Deer City would be broken one day, and the upper world's most powerful cultivators would attack. Many powerful cultivators from the upper world could be seen attacking Celestial Deer City every day. All kinds of dazzling lights illuminated the sky. In the end, the entire place exploded, and the aura of blood and fire filled the air. Large pieces of land cracked open. Even with the formation engravings carved by the powerful cultivators, it was still difficult to block out the aftermath of the battle. In the end, the powerful cultivators in Celestial Deer City simply closed the city and did not fight to prevent too many innocent deaths. Although this action had prevented too many casualties, it was still not enough. However, to the cultivators and living beings in the 8 Wilderness's 10 regions, it was a huge blow. Now, the powerful cultivators in the 8 Wilderness's 10 regions felt that they would wait for the upper world to break through Celestial Deer City without any resistance. This made many people despair. They even felt that from the moment Celestial Deer City was broken through, they were destined to be destroyed and enslaved by the upper world. It seems that Celestial Deer Mystic Fairy's actions back then were wise. Facing the upper world's army this time, we have no power to resist at all. It's better to surrender early. That Gu Changa is really unbelievably strong. It's hard to imagine that such an existence exists in this era. The depths of Celestial Deer City were like an independent universe. It was even more vast like a planet that had long been barren. There were terrifying holes everywhere, and blood of various colors had accumulated everywhere. A terrifying aura filled the air. Even a quasi-supreme cultivator would feel like his body was about to explode. In addition, there were many overturned coffins lying around. They were extremely ancient. This place was still vast and boundless. Large stars were reflected in the sky, flowing with dim light. A pitch-black river surged and black light boiled, mixed with thousands of complicated rule divine lights. At this moment, voices sounded from the overturned coffins. These were all supreme powerhouses who were suspected to have died in battle in the upper realm. Their cultivations were matchless. However, many people did not know that in all these years they had not died. Instead, they had been secretly hiding in this place. As for why, in fact, they were still afraid of death. Back then, they had faked their deaths to deceive the people of the 8 barren 10 regions. They were not as determined as the heavenly dear mystic fairy to surrender to the upper realm. However, they didn't want to die because of the 8 desolates 10 regions, so after some discussion, they came up with this method of faking their deaths. Then, the corpses were buried here by the people behind them. All these years, they had been in contact with the tribes behind them and knew what was happening in the outside world. Many of the orders and decrees that decided the future of the 8 desolates and 10 regions came from this place. However, they were all very secretive. Even some people from the same era as them didn't know that they were still alive. It seems like Sky Deer City is going to be breached this time. Why don't we make plans early? Otherwise, when the Upper Realms army comes, they will notice us. After a moment of silence, a voice suddenly rang out from a terrifying coffin filled with blood. This was an unimaginably ancient existence. His seniority in the 8 desolates 10 regions was terrifying. He was the descendant of the Vermilion Bird Battle God clan's ancestor. We should all return to our own clans. In this old man's opinion, the best plan is to not come out of the ceiling race. We should find a small world where it is difficult to find us and hide for a while. When the situation calms down, we can change our appearances. If Sky Deer City is breached, then so be it. It can buy us some time. Another voice rang out. It came from a cave that was suffused with a dark glow. Multicolored light intertwined inside. But the words that came out of it were unusually cold. They did not care about the lives of all the living beings in Sky Deer City. Indeed, in their eyes, if it weren't for the tribes behind them, they would not even care about the lives of the 8 desolates 10 regions. At their level, many things in the world were like fleeting clouds. Even immortal orthodoxies would eventually collapse and be destroyed, not to mention Sky Deer City and the 8 desolates 10 regions. In their hearts, there was nothing in this world that was worth their attention except for their own Tao. If that's the case, then send the order to the descendant. Tell them to abandon the city. In another direction, the sound of footsteps could be heard, suddenly echoing in this broken space. It was a very young-looking existence. His face was white and his hair was very long. However, his eyes were very old and his body was surrounded by chaotic qi. Sensing this person's arrival, there was a huge commotion. The coffins trembled slightly and finally opened by themselves. The figures inside appeared one after another. Each of them was surrounded by blood-red light. At the same time, an aura that could crush this universe circulated. Lin Qinglong, an extremely blurry ancient existence, spoke. His voice was filled with fear, but more than that, he was confused and confused. Why are you here? The other existences were also afraid of this person. Although they were in the same world, they did not get along well with each other. There were no conflicts between them. Lin Qinglong was the 3rd son of the Dragon Blood Battle God clan's ancestor. His existence could be traced back to the 8 desolates 10 regions. Many ancient existences could only call themselves juniors in front of him. Also, a long time ago, many people heard that Lin Qinglong was half a step into another realm. Now he was even more unfathomable. No one would have thought that Lin Qinglong would actually appear here. To the entire 8 desolates 10 regions, his existence was like a living fossil that witnessed history. "Why can't I be here?" Lin Qinglong said softly. His eyes were calm. His body was not very tall, but he had an undefeatable aura. "I am here to wake up my father." "Your father? Could it be that the dragon blood battle god is still alive?" Hearing this, the ancient existences were all shocked. They could not hide their shock. They could not believe it. They knew that although this place was deep within the Tianlu city, it was a world of its own. Normal cultivators could not find this place because this place was surrounded by special laws and was known as the place of rebirth for the 8 desolates 10 regions. More accurately speaking, it was a mysterious layer of domain. Why did the people of the 8 desolates 10 regions choose to bury them here after they died in battle? Naturally, they wanted them to be reborn here. To them, the 8 desolates 10 regions and the upper worlds were connected. Between the heavens and earth, there was a mysterious place that was similar to the cycle of reincarnation. There, living beings could reincarnate and come back from the dead. The strong could even be reborn with wisdom. It was obvious that deep within the Tianlu city, there was such a mysterious place. However, they did not dare to go too deep. Someone had tried before, but when they came into contact with the supreme laws within, they directly exploded. Their body and soul were destroyed, turning into ashes. They knew that since this place was related to the most mysterious power of reincarnation in the heavens and earth, then there must be some kind of law that surpassed the Emperor realm. If he dared to touch it, the only result would be death. "Do you have a way to get in?" The ancient existence's expressions turned serious as they stared at Lin Qinglong. "Of course I have a way." Lin Qinglong softly smiled. It was very natural, with confidence and calmness. He seemed to have other plans. He did not care about the war from the upper worlds. Before this, he had never appeared in front of the 8 desolates 10 regions. Then he walked along the Black River. Gold and silver light emitted from his body to resist the suppression of this mysterious place. The Black River converged like the underworld. In the deepest part of the Tianlu city, there was a dead ocean. It was extremely calm and eerily dark. One could even see many Yin spirits wandering around the Black River. In the end, they turned into specks of light and walked into the ocean. The ocean was very big. One could not see the end of it. It was very mysterious. Looking around, one could see an ancient tree rooted in the ocean. Its branches and leaves were withered, and there were strands of light around it. Around the ocean, there were many black mountains. Inside the mountains, there were ancient abodes. They were like heavenly caves. They were very bright and filled with all kinds of divine light and fog. Inside one of the ancient abodes, waves of oppressive qi were emitted. It was terrifying. The other abodes were very quiet. There were no vibrations. This place was filled with a qi that could shatter a cultivator's soul. It was the collision of different great Taos between heaven and earth. It kept canceling out the vibrations. It even made Lin Qinglong groan and stagger. If Gu Chang'e was here, he would realize that this place was closely related to the fate of the 8 desolates 10 regions. There was an origin qi that was very similar to that of the upper world. After arriving here, Lin Qinglong's expression became more respectful. He said to the abode in front of him, "Father, the epic Tao fruit is about to ripen. You can come out." Boom! As if hearing this, an incomparable qi started to awaken in the abode. It made one's heart tremble and want to prostrate on the ground. The 2 worlds fought for a few months. In the end, Tianlu City chose to avoid the war. However, during this time, there were rumors that the strongest of each race was discussing whether to retreat and abandon the city. This news spread among the living beings in Tianlu City, causing a huge commotion. Many people were shocked, angry, confused, lost, and in despair. Of course, whether this news was true or not was not known. No one dared to ask those who had achieved Tao at this time. The 8 desolates 10 regions had a strict hierarchy. Normal people would not be able to come into contact with those who had achieved Tao. While everyone in Tianlu City was feeling uneasy, in the dark clouds of the upper world in the distance, tens of thousands of flags suddenly appeared. Like a formation, they landed in the four corners of the 8 desolates' 8 regions. Chaotic qi enveloped the army of the upper world and protected them. This scene shocked everyone in Tianlu City. At the same time, they were terrified. They knew that there were invincible beings from the upper world who were about to attack the city. This kind of power was worried that the shock waves would hurt the army of the upper world. From the direction of Tianlu City, they could see a few figures standing in the fog. They seemed to be building an altar bridge. They emitted an incomparable qi. However, they were surrounded by the chaotic fog, so their true forms could not be seen clearly. It was obvious that they were building this altar to defend against the heavenly qi of the 8 desolates' 10 regions. The suppression of the heavens and earth is obviously much weaker. If Patriarch Gulang is here, we can try. Gu Changa cast a talisman into the altar. He looked at Tianlu City in the distance with a strange expression. This matter was naturally decided by him and some of the elders of the Gu clan. The other orthodoxies also wanted to see how long the enchantment of Tianlu City could hold up. At this moment, a loud roar was heard. Hundreds of millions of lights appeared. The entire world seemed to be suppressed by this sudden qi. Countless stars trembled. The universe seemed to be unable to withstand this qi and was about to collapse. Boom! An enormous hand appeared. It was unimaginable. Some immortal qi even surrounded it, covering the entire world. This was the true will of the immortal path. It suddenly came from the altar and slammed down, wanting to knock Tianlu City down from the edge of the 8 desolates' 10 regions. This power shook the universe. This was definitely someone who had touched upon the immortal path. Binding. Chapter 499. At this moment, a terrifying aura swept across the heavens and the earth. It was as if the heavens were trembling and all the stars were about to collapse under this aura. Boom! That gigantic hand was boundless. It slapped down from the upper world, spanning across the sky. It pressed down, wanting to knock down the entire celestial deer city. The altar glowed, and a strange power appeared. It wanted to stabilize the rules of heaven and earth on this side and counteract the power of heaven and earth on the other side. On the upper world side, Gu Changa and the others were watching this scene with different expressions. To put it bluntly, Gulang could be said to be the most powerful person on the upper world side. As for the other supreme experts who had rushed here, their cultivation bases were far inferior to his. During the battle of longevity between the Gu clan and the Purple Mansion, Gulang had killed the Grand Elder of the Purple Mansion. There was no doubt about his strength. As for those who were close to the immortal path, they were all very well hidden and would not show themselves so easily. For example, the Gu clan's patriarch Gulang had already shown himself in the upper world once. Hence, he did not care much about the 8 barren regions and did not care about other people's attention. This is bad. The upper world is attacking the city. On the city walls of Heavenly Deer City, a soldier saw this scene and could not help but tremble in fear. He could not help but shout. In fact, there was no need for him to shout. Many powerful people had already felt this powerful aura. Their legs went weak and they forced themselves not to kneel. This was the attack of a being that surpassed the immortal path. All the runes were flickering and seemed to be on the verge of exploding. Everyone felt that oppressive and terrifying aura. Their hearts seemed to stop beating, and they had difficulty breathing. Their primordial spirits were about to explode. They could not withstand this surging aura. Even with the seal, everyone could not bear it. Their bones cracked, and their spines were about to collapse. I don't know if we can stop him. This is definitely an existence that surpasses the immortal path. In Heavenly Deer City, everyone was trembling. Some people could not help but tremble in fear and despair. They could faintly see a peerless figure standing in the distance. His hair fluttered in the wind, and his aura devoured the ages. He slammed down on celestial Deer City, wanting to annihilate all living things. The entire sky dome collapsed because of his aura. All creatures of the world had to kneel down before him, prostrate themselves on the ground, prostrating themselves in worship. They couldn't endure this at all. This is an existence with half a foot in the immortal realm. They're about to attack! On the walls of Sky Deer City, many ancient existences paled in fear. Even with their strength, they were still trembling slightly as their faces turned pale. At this time, no one could resist this kind of aura. Even standing out was impossible. Kacha! Then heaven and earth split apart, collapsing under this palm. It was as if the entire world was split open, multicolored light appearing in millions and millions of streaks, rising and falling under the heavens. In front of Celestial Deer City, a monstrous commotion erupted. It was as if the Milky Way had burst its banks and flooded the sky. Then, millions of rays of light lit up. All the runes glowed and appeared in the void. In the end, they appeared and fell towards a terrifying figure in the sky, wanting to resist this attack. At the same time, the ancient scars on the city walls appeared, spewing out endless multicolored light and immortal chi. It was so dense that it seemed to be able to envelop the entire universe. Boundless and unfathomable, all of it landed on the palm, causing it to tremble slightly. However, it still landed steadily. All the runes were obliterated by this palm, accompanied by flashes of lightning and roars of thunder. There was also a pitch-black divine light that overflowed into the sky. In the end, the place became blurry and chaotic. The light was so dazzling that nothing could be seen clearly. How terrifying! But luckily we blocked it. If Celestial Deer City wasn't here, how could we block this kind of existence? In front of Celestial Deer City, there was a terrifying tremor. Everyone standing on the city walls paled and almost fell from above. They couldn't stand steadily. At this time, everyone felt the city walls tremble. Under the impact just now, they had endured a terrifying force. Many of the stars floating around it exploded and turned into dust. Many of the laws and orders were also shattered. This kind of power was too terrifying. Even those who had attained the Tao couldn't block it. However, with a clang, the terrifying palm still shattered when it landed on the barrier in front of Celestial Deer City. It turned into a terrifying wave of energy that didn't break through. However, the devastating energy was like a flood washing through the earth. The void collapsed, and the ground in the terrifying Great Rift Valley seemed to have been flipped open. This made all the cultivators and living beings in Celestial Deer City sigh in relief, as if a heavy burden had been lifted from their shoulders. Just now, everyone's hearts had been in their mouths, afraid that Celestial Deer City would be breached. At that time, they wouldn't even have a chance to escape. Under the attack of such an expert, all of them were like ants. There was no difference. One palm could destroy them all. What a pity. Although the 18th ancestor was just testing the waters, it's obvious that he's still far from breaking through Celestial Deer City's formation. Seems like it's true that he can block an immortal. Gu Changa shook his head, feeling a little regretful. If the 18th ancestor could break through Celestial Deer City, he wouldn't have to waste his time. Now it seemed that it was unrealistic to use force to break through Celestial Deer City in a short time. Therefore, he could only wait for Lin Wu to act. Did he fail? Even someone close to the immortal Tao domain can't break through, but it's really a tortoiseshell. Why is it so difficult to break through? Everyone in the upper world was disappointed when they saw this. It wasn't that the Gu family patriarch wasn't strong, but that Celestial Deer City's barrier was too strange. It said that the one in Celestial Deer City is good friends with the one who stole our world's fate. Now it seems that he might even be a formation grandmaster. In the upper world army, many ancient existences sighed and frowned. If the formation was so easy to break, Celestial Deer City wouldn't have held on for so long. Boom! Then a vast amount of energy surged from the horizon again. It was like a boundless Wangyang, surging violently. The fog that filled the sky retreated. The Gu family patriarch who had attacked just now retreated. He didn't make a second attack. He had already tested the limits of the Sky Deer City's Great Array and knew that he couldn't break through the current Sky Deer City's Great Array. Therefore, he decisively retreated and didn't stay for long. For a time, the terrifying pressure that enveloped the sky and suppressed the aura of everyone's Yuan spirits to the point where they were on the verge of collapsing dispersed like the tide. When everyone in the 8 Desolate's 10 regions saw this, a smile finally appeared on their gloomy faces. They felt like they had just survived a disaster. Just now, they were worried that Celestial Deer City would be broken through and turned into ashes. Don't be too optimistic. That was just a test from the upper world. However, some elders were very alert. They weren't optimistic. They knew that there were many people in the upper world who were on par with that being. If there were more of those people, Celestial Deer City would be broken through sooner or later. Although the number of upper realm orthodoxies that had mobilized their troops was terrifying and seemingly endless, they knew that this was only the tip of the iceberg of the entire upper realm's power. They were far from the upper world's full force. If all of the upper world's forces were to come, the entire Celestial Deer City would be turned into ashes in an instant. No matter what, we've managed to hold them off for today. Many elders had strange looks in their eyes. They looked at each other and had a plan in mind. Then, they disappeared from the city walls and returned to their respective tribes' camps. There were still rumors in Celestial Deer City that some ultimate experts were planning to abandon the city and escape. This kind of news wasn't baseless. Some tribes had already received news of the ancient existences in their tribes and asked them to gather their people. It was best not to clash with the upper world during this period. Today's incident came and went suddenly. However, it made them cautious. They felt that if they continued to delay, Celestial Deer City would be broken through. When that time came, it would be too late. An invisible undercurrent was surging in Celestial Deer City. Many living beings and cultivators didn't know that the ultimate expert in their hearts, the invincible being who was going to fight the upper world, was planning to abandon the city and escape. Today, they saw with their own eyes that the array barrier outside Celestial Deer City had stopped an ultimate expert from the upper world. This made them very excited. When the sky turned dark, many bonfires could be seen in Celestial Deer City. Many cultivators and living beings gathered together to drink and enjoy themselves. How optimistic! On an ancient warship 1,000,000 miles away from Celestial Deer City, the mountain peak was majestic and colorful. Gu Changa stood with his hands behind his back, his sleeves fluttering in the wind. He looked at the bonfires in Celestial Deer City with interest. Maybe they saw hope today. The mystic fairy of Celestial Deer appeared behind him. Her hair was blown away by the wind, revealing her flawless face. She had a complicated expression. Hope? I don't know how long this hope can last. Gu Changa smiled faintly and turned to look at her. Is there any secret in Celestial Deer City that we don't know about? The mystic fairy of Celestial Deer was stunned. She didn't understand. Why do you say that, Mr. Gu? She asked, confusion on her face. Logically speaking, things have already come to this. Why are the enlightened cultivators in Celestial Deer City still unwilling to give up? Do you think they're smart or stupid? Or are they selfless and selfless? Gu Changa's gaze was deep. He spread his sleeves, and a hazy light appeared in front of him. In front of him and the mystic fairy of Celestial Deer City in the distance. Celestial Deer City suddenly changed drastically. At night, billions of galaxies poured down in torrents, and endless light rose into the sky. Numerous large stars revolved around it like specks of dust, and they were like lumps of dazzling nebulas that were extremely magnificent and gorgeous. But now it could be seen that there was a dark aura growing stronger and stronger. At the same time, it kept eating away at other auras, making people feel that the entire city was decaying. This is The mystic fairy of celestial Deer City did not notice this before. Now that she saw it, she could not help but be shocked and somewhat in disbelief. Why is there an aura of death in celestial Deer City? Is it because of the invasion of the upper world? The upper world has attacked many times before, but this has never happened. Is there something wrong? She was very puzzled and frowned slightly. Based on your understanding of the 8 desolates and 10 regions, what do you think they'll do at this time? Fight to the death with the upper world, or abandon the city and flee? Gu Changa reached out and gently smoothed the hair on her forehead. She said calmly, "Or do they still have some confidence even now?" Confidence. The mystic fairy of celestial Deer City shook her head. If they did, she would not have chosen to surrender in this way. No matter what, celestial Deer City was now facing its most dangerous moment. But the choice of the enlightened cultivators made her feel uneasy. If it really came to this, it was obvious that they would choose to defend the city to the death or flee. She could not help but sigh at this possibility. If we were to talk about the secret of celestial Deer City, it could only be the place of rebirth. But the corpses of the upper world's most powerful cultivators are buried there, hoping that one day they will be able to revive from the cycle of reincarnation. Then the mystic fairy of celestial Deer City thought for a while and thought of something. As the guardian of celestial Deer City, she naturally knew about the mysterious place of rebirth. However, she was worried that she would disturb the slumbering spirits of the upper world's most powerful cultivators, so she rarely went there. Hence, she did not know much about the place of rebirth. The place of rebirth? So this is the reason? Gu Changa raised his eyebrows slightly. He felt that the sudden appearance of the aura of death might have come from this so-called place of rebirth. It seemed that celestial Deer City was not built here without reason. When the time came, he would have to explore this place of rebirth properly. Buzz! At this moment, there was a sudden fluctuation in the void behind Gu Changa and the mystic fairy of celestial Deer City. Both of them were very powerful, so they sensed it almost instantly. However, Gu Changa was not surprised. The mystic fairy of celestial Deer City was a little cautious. She felt that the terrifying aura could suppress her in an instant. "Greetings, 18th ancestor." Gu Changa smiled faintly and spoke in the direction of the fluctuation. Gu Lang's figure appeared. Unlike his heroic and peerless appearance today, he was now no different from an ordinary old man. His back was hunched, his face was pale, and his gullies crisscrossed. But his pair of eyes could not hide the depth and vastness. 18th ancestor? The mystic fairy of celestial Deer City shivered. She recognized this figure. It was the invincible being who attacked the city today. His cultivation level was close to that of an immortal. If it were not for the fact that heaven and earth did not allow it, he would have been a true immortal. That kind of invincible aura was enough to destroy the universe and shatter heaven and earth. No one would have thought that the invincible being who had almost destroyed Sky Deer City with one palm was actually such an ordinary-looking old man. Of course, she did not dare to underestimate him. Moreover, what shocked her was the way Gu Changa addressed the old man in front of her. 18th ancestor? Could it be that this person was only ranked 18th among the ancestors of the Gu family? Did I disturb the two of you? After Gu Lang appeared, he smiled at Gu Changa mockingly. He did not care about the mystic fairy of celestial Deer City, who was from the 8 barren 10 regions. He was not like the other ancient beings who were hostile towards her. A little. Gu Changa nodded and smiled. You really don't give me any face. Gu Lang was not surprised. He smiled and stared at Gu Changa. It hasn't been long since I last saw you. In the blink of an eye, you can already fight with those who have attained the Tao. Everyone has their own secrets. Although not many people in the upper world dare to investigate with your current status and strength, you still have to be careful. 18th ancestor, you don't have to worry about this. Gu Changa raised his eyebrows and tried to guess what the 13th ancestor meant. In the end, it should have something to do with his current cultivation. After all, it was too unbelievable. However, at this point, he did not believe that anyone would dare to investigate his real situation. Besides, the real inheritor of the demonic arts, Suchinga, was still in the upper world and could be easily tracked down. It could be said that it had nothing to do with him. As for the matter of the Empyrean deer, mystic maiden, Patriarch Gulang did not ask much about it, nor did he care much about it. After chatting with Gu Changa for a while, he left, appearing very carefree and natural. It was as if he had come to the 8 barren 10 regions, purely to get some fresh air. On the other hand, the mystic fairy of Celestial Deer City was quite afraid of Gulang. She felt that the foundation of the longevity Gu family was unimaginable. A few days later, a huge event that shook the entire Celestial Deer City happened. Early in the morning, streaks of divine rainbows could be seen breaking through the sky, appearing from various pavilions and palaces. Then, in the sky, numerous light doors appeared. A large number of cultivators and living beings were swept up by the sleeves of super experts and taken away into spatial artifacts. This scene shocked the entire Celestial Deer City. Some cultivators noticed that the people who left were all from some large clan in the 8 barren 10 regions. They did not hide anything and evacuated their clansmen in front of everyone. Even a Dao attainment expert from the clan tore through space and left quickly, as if he wanted to leave this place as soon as possible. This happened too suddenly, causing all the cultivators in Celestial Deer City to fall into a state of shock. Were they abandoning the city and fleeing? When they reacted, everyone was furious. They cursed that clan, saying that they were greedy for life and were afraid of death. However, this was not the end. After that, more clans and powers followed suit. Throughout the day, cultivators could be seen fleeing from Celestial Deer City. Even when some ancient existences appeared to stop them, it was useless. In the beginning, this group of people came aggressively, but now they abandoned the city and fled. They did not want to stay here for a moment longer. After witnessing the terror of the upper realm with their own eyes, they only wanted to escape and stay away from this troublesome place. After someone took the lead, more cultivators and living beings fell into a state of unease, fear, and hesitation. Everyone else had fled. What was the use of them staying in Celestial Deer City? Were they going to wait for death here? That was impossible. Why did they have to fight for their lives while everyone else fled? This was not fair to them at all. This feeling quickly spread, causing the entire Celestial Deer City to fall into a state of despair, unease, and fear. Previously, when they saw the boundary outside Celestial Deer City block the invincible existence from the upper world, their fighting spirit was suddenly extinguished. All the cultivators and living beings were on tenterhooks. Even those who were prepared to die were stunned in the end. They were at a loss and suddenly felt very powerless. Was this the Celestial Deer City that they had risked their lives to protect? Was this worth it? Brother, you are indeed brilliant. This way, not only will no one say anything when we retreat in the end, we will also leave a good reputation. Yes, after all, we were forced to abandon the city in the end. We resisted until the very end. We really had no other choice. Deep in Celestial Deer City, a few figures shrouded in the fog of chaos couldn't help but laugh when they saw the scene in Celestial Deer City. Their words were filled with regret and pride. During this period of time, the news of abandoning the city and fleeing was naturally spread by them. Their purpose was to give themselves a reasonable and honorable excuse to abandon the city and flee. Just as they had expected, Celestial Deer City was already in chaos. At this time, even if they left, no one would say anything. Of course, in their plan, now was not the time to retreat. They still had to instruct their people to continue resisting for a while. This way, they would be able to justify their actions and stand on the side of righteousness. In the following days, Celestial Deer City was still shrouded in fear and unease. All the cultivators and living beings were worried and terrified. The human heart was unpredictable and unpredictable. This was because they could see divine rainbows and ancient warships leaving celestial Deer City every day. They disappeared into the sky and directly left without looking back. Is this the celestial Deer City that Master wholeheartedly protected? Seeing this, the current mystic fairy of celestial Deer City, Song Chan, gradually calmed down from her initial anger and unease. Her words were mixed with a bit of sorrow. These days, she had been hesitating whether she should listen to Lin Wu and make an important and irreversible decision. But now, her gaze gradually became resolute. P.S. My hands have been too stiff these past few days. The second update should be done in the morning. Chapter 500. That day was a day of despair for Sky Deer City. Even the day when the upper world's most powerful cultivators attacked the city was not as hopeless as this. The entire ancient city was shrouded in a despairing atmosphere. All the cultivators and living beings were uneasy and terrified as they watched the figures leave through the air, leaving Sky Deer City. Even when some of the most powerful cultivators ordered them not to retreat, it was useless. These cultivators and living beings came from different races and were not bound by the rules of the most powerful cultivators. Instead, after the order was given, more and more cultivators and living beings began to flee. Everyone was fleeing from heavenly Deer City. It seemed that as long as they left, the upper world would not attack. The human heart was unpredictable. After so many days, celestial Deer City had lost almost half of its cultivators and living beings, and the numbers were still increasing. It would not be long before Sky Deer City became a dead city. Towards the end, only a few powerful cultivators from different races were still holding on. This included the 4 great war god clans. They were the backbone of the 8 desolates, 10 regions, and the entire Sky Deer City. At this point, they were still unwilling to retreat and wanted to fight to the death with the upper world. This scene made many cultivators and living beings admire them. They felt that they were indeed the 4 great war god clans. Compared to them, the other races were much weaker. This also strengthened the hearts of many people. Their prestige in Sky Deer City, and even in the 8 desolates 10 regions, increased many times over. Many powerful rogue cultivators came to join them. I am ashamed of your love and respect for my clan. But now, almost half of Sky Deer City's army is gone. If Sky Deer City falls, I'm afraid we will all die under the upper world's cavalry. However, my clan is willing to defend Sky Deer City and the 8 desolates 10 regions to the death. At the center of Sky Deer City, on the tall altar, stood a few figures with terrifying auras. Every one of them had an ancient aura. They shone brightly and emitted a powerful pressure. At this moment, one of the figures spoke. He had an aged appearance, but his gaze was like a brilliant sun. He was piercingly cold and righteous, and he possessed a terrifying aura that made it difficult for others to look directly at him. Everyone from celestial Deer City stood below the altar. They were like a flood as they listened to everything with solemn expressions. They felt deep veneration in their hearts. Compared to the actions of the other clans who abandoned their cities and fled, the actions of the 4 great war god clans made them feel both admiration and moved. Even at this point, they had not given up on Sky Deer City. They had not given up on everyone. They were worthy of being called the 4 war god clans. So this is the plan of the clan? What's the difference between this and surrendering to the upper realm? For this hypocritical glory and face. However, among the crowd below, a figure with a firm expression was stunned. It was Lin Wu. At that moment, Lin Wu had a complicated expression on his face. He clenched his fists tightly. Naturally, he was also in the group of people who had not retreated. Hearing the words of the figure above, he couldn't help but feel a little confused. That terrifying figure was an enlightened cultivator of his clan. He was extremely old. A few days ago, he had heard his clan discussing how to safely avoid this disaster. They were not thinking about uniting everyone to fight against the upper realm. Instead, they were thinking about how to survive in this dangerous situation without damaging their clan's glory. Therefore, the events that had happened in Sky Deer City these few days had been secretly guided by their clan. The news of the various clans abandoning their cities and fleeing also spread through their hands. This sent a chill down Lin Wu's spine. He suddenly understood why the orthodoxies of the Upper Realm were so disdainful of the 8 Desolates' 10 regions. The various clans in the 8 Desolates' 10 regions had already decayed to this extent. They did not even need to be attacked by the Upper Realm. Just a few rumors could easily destroy them. What's the point of guarding the 8 Desolates' 10 regions like this? Lin Wu chuckled bitterly as he thought back to all the things he had done to survive and save Lulua. Suddenly, his heart became clear, and he steeled himself. Song Chan should be able to get to the core of the formation by now. As long as I get the core of the formation, I will leave Sky Deer City and look for Gu Changa. He has promised me something. I'm sure he won't go back on his words at this time. Lin Wu looked into the depths of Sky Deer City, his eyes shining with anticipation. He no longer had any expectations for Sky Deer City or the 8 Desolates' 10 regions. While Sky Deer City was in chaos, the people of the Upper Realm were watching the show. All the experts of the orthodoxies had noticed the army and experts leaving Sky Deer City during this period of time. This piqued everyone's interest. Who would have thought that before Sky Deer City was conquered, the 8 Desolates' 10 regions had already started to flee? What a joke! This is the so-called 8 Desolates' 10 regions. The descendants of a bunch of exiled people are born with sin in their blood. An ancient existence laughed coldly. His figure was like a heavenly tower, incomparably majestic and terrifying, standing at the end of the world. Looks like I don't need to do anything. Sky Deer City will fall on its own. Gu Changa had not expected the 8 Desolates' 10 regions to suddenly do something like this. He had guessed that the 8 Desolates' 10 regions would flee at the critical moment. However, he did not expect the 8 Desolates' 10 regions to start to panic and flee before Sky Deer City had even been conquered. However, if this was the case, it would be easier for him to conquer Sky Deer City. Sky Deer City will fall within half a month at the latest. He narrowed his eyes, trying to guess how long it would take for Lin Wu to retrieve the core of Sky Deer City. How do you feel after seeing this? Gu Changa then looked at the Empyrean Deer Mystic Fairy and raised his eyebrows. She had been very quiet for the past few days, especially after witnessing what had happened in Sky Deer City. She did not utter a single word. I'm protecting Sky Deer City, which was left to me by my master. It has nothing to do with the 8 Desolates' 10 regions. The Empyrean Deer Mystic Fairy's crystal clear eyes fell on his face as she shook her head. She did not know what she was feeling at the moment. Before this, she had never expected that the tribes that had always united to fight against the upper world would abandon their cities and flee at this moment. They did not care about Sky Deer City at all. This made her very disappointed, but she also sighed. She did not blame those tribes. After all, the life and death of Sky Deer City had nothing to do with them. After they fled, they still had a place to go. They could still migrate. However, Sky Deer City could not do that. If the city fell, the people would die. If the people fled, the city would be destroyed. Other than her, there would not be a second person in this world who cared so much about Sky Deer City. How pitiful! Gu Changa smiled faintly and placed his hand on her flawless face. Without me, how do you plan to protect Sky Deer City? Although the Empyrean Deer Mystic Fairy was powerful, she was only a Tao enlightened one. At most, she could fight against a few upper world cultivators of the same level. Once Sky Deer City was conquered, the tribes of the 8 Desolates' 10 regions would retreat. She would be in a dilemma. She could either defend Sky Deer City to the death and be destroyed, or she could abandon the city and flee. However, with her personality, she would definitely defend Sky Deer City to the death. The Empyrean Deer Mystic Fairy lowered her eyes and seemed a little disappointed. I am useless. I can't protect the Sky Deer City that Master left for me. If she had not chosen to surrender to the upper world, Not only would she have lost her life, but Sky Deer City would also be turned into a pile of ruins. Hence, she could not say whether she was lucky or unlucky. She begged for fresh flowers. Just like now, all the forces and orthodoxies in the upper world knew that she was Gu Changa's woman. Hence, even after conquering Sky Deer City, they did not dare to burn it down wantonly. I think Master Spirit in heaven would never have thought that I had to rely on a man from the upper realm to protect heavenly Deer City. The Empyrean dear mystic fairy smiled faintly. It was hard to tell whether it was self-deprecating or a sigh. Then you should be glad that you met me. Gu Changa smiled faintly. The Empyrean dear mystic fairy's eyes sparkled. Her face was fair and flawless. Her skin was smooth and radiant. She nodded softly and suddenly took the initiative to hug his arm. In the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. In a certain misty building in Sky Deer City, two figures sat facing each other in a formation enshrouded in mist. They were Lin Wu and Song Chan. However, Lin Wu's expression was solemn. He stared at Song Chan and asked in a low voice, "Did you get that thing?" Compared to Lin Wu's solemn expression, Song Chan was much calmer. Hearing this, she nodded and said, "I got it. However, there are a total of 8 array cores in Sky Deer City. I can only take out one of them. If I touch the other 7, it will definitely attract the attention of others." 00 with her current identity as the Empyrean Deer Mystic Fairy. She was extremely cautious and did not dare to make too big of a commotion. As she spoke, she took out a mysterious item that was sealed in a special bronze box from her sleeve. A surge of boundless will was transmitted from it. Traces of the will of the world flowed between the cracks. It was dazzling and extremely blurry, but it was very eye-catching. Only one piece? Lin Wu frowned, but he still heaved a sigh of relief and said, "One is fine. In that case, let's not delay. Let's go." He felt that one or a few array cores would not be of much use to Gu Changa. This was because as long as any of the array cores outside of Sky Deer City had a problem, it would cause the entire array to malfunction. Song Chan looked at him with a complicated expression and said, "If I do as you say, will I really be able to see Master?" She knew that Lin Wu's actions had a certain degree of selfishness, but now the various clans and factions in Sky Deer City had already decayed to such an extent. Even if they risked their lives to protect everything, in the end, they would not gain the slightest bit of a good reputation. Instead, they would be blamed and ridiculed by the various clans and factions. Therefore, it was better to follow Master's decision. Lin Wu said confidently, "Don't worry. These days, I have already planned our escape route. When the time comes, the two of us will leave through a teleportation altar and directly reach the shore of the Empyrean Abyss. When we reach there, I have a way to contact Gu Changa." He had not forgotten the imprint that Gu Changa had left in his mind. Hearing him say so confidently, Song Chan nodded and relaxed. Now that they were in Sky Deer City, she and Lin Wu were of the younger generation and would not attract any attention. Then, the two of them left through a secret passage in the pavilion, hiding their figures as they hurried to a certain altar. On the city walls of Sky Deer City, the experts of the various clans and factions who had been left behind appeared. They stood there, their blood surging like an ocean. Their bodies were shrouded in chaotic aura, and they planned to take the initiative to challenge the upper domain to a battle. Although they knew that this battle did not have the slightest chance of winning, No matter what, after today, we have a legitimate reason to retreat. This way, no one can blame us. Several existences with extremely ancient auras were discussing with each other, carrying confidence and cold smiles. They had long planned everything out. However, they were all communicating through their divine consciousnesses. Vast waves appeared in the sky, emitting a terrifying aura like that of Wang Yang. Ordinary. Chapter 501. Rumble. Above the Empyrean Abyss, there was an endless fog that was accompanied by various chaotic auras. It was incomparably modeled and terrifying. This place was majestic and chaotic, filled with the power of all kinds of broken laws. It could easily turn an ordinary cultivator into a bloody mist and destroy their body and soul. However, at this moment, a light suddenly appeared in this very quiet place. An altar hidden in the darkness shone and emitted spatial fluctuations. Two silhouettes appeared from within. They were a man and a woman, and they didn't look very old. The male had an ordinary face and a medium build. He had a determined and unyielding aura. The female beside him was dressed in white, holy and extraordinary. She was shrouded in a misty light. They were Lin Wu and Song Chan. That was close. We were almost discovered. If we leave the city at this time, it will be unavoidable for people to be suspicious and criticize us. Song Chan looked around and saw that they had already left Heavenly Deer City and arrived at the Empyrean Abyss. She couldn't help but sigh. After making this decision, there was no turning back. However, at this point she had no other choice. She and Lin Wu had been carefully hiding their figures ever since they left through the secret passage in Heavenly Deer City. They were worried that other people in Heavenly Deer City would see them. Fortunately, they were very careful and left Heavenly Deer City safely. Through the path that Lin Wu had prepared, they were teleported to the Empyrean Abyss outside Heavenly Deer City. After the previous battle, there weren't many living beings here. It was very quiet. After today, I'm afraid they won't have the chance to criticize us. Without the formation, how can Heavenly Deer City resist the upper world's army? Compared to Song Chan's sigh, Lin Wu heaved a sigh of relief. He felt as if he had finally put down a rock. In his hand, he held the bronze box that contained the core of Heavenly Deer City's formation. Strands of world intent flowed, misty and mysterious. It made one's heart palpitate. It felt as if there was an ancient world inside. Lin Wu felt that he had completed the mission that Gu Chang'e had given him in half a year. His life was saved for now. He could also use this opportunity to save the life of his sweetheart, Lu Luo. Are you so sure that Gu Chang'e will fulfill the promise? Song Chan's voice was filled with doubt. She couldn't help but recall the scene in Sky Deer City. She had personally witnessed the terrifying scene of the invincible figure of their world, Zhao Yunzhe, being killed twice by Gu Chang'e. The feeling that Gu Chang'e gave her was that he was mysterious and indifferent. He was incomparably terrifying and powerful. He was not someone that could be defeated by anyone. Even her invincible master, the Heavenly Deer Mystic Fairy, had fallen into the hands of Gu Chang'e in the end. Her life was no longer in her own hands. If it weren't for the fact that she wanted to save her master, she probably wouldn't have dared to approach such a person in her entire life. Gu Chang'e may be a little despicable and cold, but sometimes he still keeps his word. Lin Wu gritted his teeth and explained. At the same time, he was comforting himself. Back when Gu Chang'e was in the Boundary Monument Sea, Gu Chang'e had indeed agreed to let them go, but not Lu Luo. In the end, Lu Luo was captured by Gu Chang'e. Sometimes, Song Chan was clearly stunned. While the two were talking, ripples suddenly spread out in the nearby space. Then it became blurry. A ripple of space spread out. In the next moment, a slender and handsome figure in white walked out. His face was originally very blurry, but as he approached the two, the mysterious fog that shrouded him also slowly dissipated. Song Chan stared at the immortal-like young man in front of her in a daze. She found it difficult to react. If she hadn't seen Gu Chang'e's terrifying strength with her own eyes, she wouldn't have been able to connect the man in front of her, who was surrounded by immortal qi and exuded an otherworldly aura. However, Gu Chang'e merely glanced at her and ignored her. He glanced at Lin Wu, who was looking at him cautiously, and smiled faintly. Have you completed the task I gave you? Lin Wu's hair stood on end. He was prepared to use the imprint in his mind to contact Gu Chang'e. However, he didn't expect Gu Chang'e to suddenly appear. It was as if his every move was under Gu Chang'e's control. This kind of feeling caused him to shudder. Yes, but Sky Deer City's array core has a total of 8 pieces. I only managed to obtain one, Lin Wu said. At the same time, he gestured to the bronze box in his hand. At this moment, anyone with a discerning eye could see that the bronze box wasn't simple. It exuded a heaviness like the world. It was simple and heavy. Only 1 piece? But it doesn't matter. Gu Chang'e raised his eyebrows slightly and nodded. He didn't doubt that Sky Deer City's array core had more than one area of control. Furthermore, if 1 piece was obtained, the array core would become incomplete. Its defensive power would be greatly reduced, and some areas could even be easily torn apart. However, Lin Wu didn't hand it over to Gu Chang'e directly. Instead, he stared at him cautiously. I hope you can keep your promise and release Luluo. Remove the imprint on my body. Otherwise, if I open this box now, the array core will automatically fly back to Sky Deer City. If you don't agree, then even if I have to die, I won't let your scheme go as you wish. Also, she is the disciple of Sky Deer Mystic Maiden, Songchan. She wants to see her master safe and sound. Lin Wu was very cautious. At the same time, he pointed at Songchan and began to state his conditions. Although the rumors said that Sky Deer Mystic Maiden had betrayed the 8 Desolation 10 regions and become Gu Chang'e's concubine, it didn't really matter. The experts of the 8 Desolation 10 regions hadn't seen Sky Deer Mystic Maiden with their own eyes. Therefore, Songchan was a little worried that something might have happened to her master. Or maybe those rumors were deliberately made up by the upper world to attack the morale of the 8 Desolation 10 regions. Don't worry, I never go back on my promises. Luckily, you weren't too slow. Otherwise, one of my clan's heaven's favorites would have taken a liking to that girl of yours and planned to take her as a servant. I'm considering whether or not to give her to him. Gu Chang'e faintly smiled. His tone was full of disdain. He didn't take Lin Wu's threat to heart. You, hearing this, Lin Wu's expression turned ugly. He clenched his fists. He knew that Gu Chang'e had methods to make Lulua's life worse than death. Though he wasn't afraid of death, the thought of Lulua being tortured like that made his heart ache. It was unbearable. I know. I hope you can keep your promise. He gritted his teeth and unwillingly handed the bronze box to Gu Chang'e. Gu Chang'e, where's my master? I want to see my master. Seeing that Gu Chang'e wasn't paying attention to her, Songchan couldn't help but ask anxiously. After Gu Chang'e took the bronze box, he glanced at her and smiled. Your disciple wants to see you. Why don't you show yourself and see her? As soon as he finished speaking, a soft sigh was heard from the void behind him. A beautiful woman appeared. She was tall and graceful, and her features were flawless. Her hair danced in the wind, holy and otherworldly. She was like a divine lotus that stood alone in the world. Master! Songchan looked at the Empyrean Deer Mystic Lady and was stunned. She didn't think that the Empyrean Deer Mystic Lady would actually be by Gu Chang'e's side. Unlike what she thought, Gu Chang'e didn't restrict her freedom or lock her up somewhere. Xiao Chan, you shouldn't have come here. The Empyrean Deer Mystic Lady looked at her disciple with a complicated gaze. She couldn't hide the sigh in her voice. Master, I wanted to save you. That's why I stole the formation core of Heavenly Deer City. Songchan thought that the Empyrean Deer Mystic Lady was sighing because she stole the formation core of Heavenly Deer City. However, the Empyrean Deer Mystic Lady waved her hand and interrupted her. But what's done is done. You don't have to go back to the 8 Desolates 10 regions anymore. Songchan was stunned. She didn't expect the Empyrean Deer Mystic Lady to say that. Could it be that the rumors were true? That the Empyrean Deer Mystic Lady willingly surrendered to the upper world? She thought that her master would blame her. But now, it seemed that Gu Chang'e and the Empyrean Deer Mystic Lady had a close relationship. Her mind was in a mess. At the same time, on the city walls of Heavenly Deer City, there were towering black figures shrouded in chaotic chi. When they opened their eyes, terrifying golden light escaped. It was as if the sky was being split open. Large stars floated up and down, rotating one by one. They were about to evolve the primordial chaos. It had to be said that their auras were unprecedentedly strong. Behind them were many experts from heavenly Deer City. There were independent cultivators and experts from other races who didn't want to leave. Almost everyone was looking at the figures on the city walls. Their gazes were filled with respect and awe. An old supreme being couldn't help but sigh. As expected of the 4 great war god clans, they're the only ones left. The other races have already left and given up on heavenly Deer City. The other experts couldn't help but nod. They were very respectful. At this moment, they still didn't want to leave heavenly Deer City. They still wanted to fight with the upper world until their last drop of blood. Who in the 8 desolates 10 regions could compare to their determination and perseverance? How could they not respect them? It was no wonder that they were the 4 great war god clans. Less than half of the army in heavenly Deer City is left. Even if the rest of us fight with the upper world, it'll be a waste of our lives. Why don't we let these old bones burn the last remnants of our strength? If we lose this battle as well, then all of you should retreat from heavenly Deer City like the rest of the people. At this moment, the ancient beings on the city walls started to speak. A few of them even sighed. They seemed to be filled with deep helplessness and sorrow. Boom! Multicolored light shot into the sky from their bodies. Auspicious chi rose, wanting to break through the sky. At the same time, the aura on their bodies grew stronger. The power of chi and blood appeared from the top of their heads, turning into a terrifying river of chi and blood that engulfed the surroundings. At this moment, they seemed to want to return to their peak state and fight with the upper world. Hearing these words, everyone in front of heavenly Deer City felt a surge of emotions. At the same time, feelings of helplessness, guilt, and unwillingness intertwined. Especially when they heard these ancient beings calling themselves old bones and wanting to burn the last remnants of their strength, it was even more unbearable. Some people's eyes turned red, and they clenched their fists tightly. "We're willing to fight with our seniors," someone roared. His eyes were red as he gritted his teeth. "Even if we don't return from this battle, we're willing to live and die with our peers." The others also spoke up, affected by their emotions. Their faces were filled with determination. For a moment, the people in front of heavenly Deer City city walls were filled with emotions and killing intent. They did not care about life and death. Although these few Tao achievers called themselves old bones, they did not care at this time. No need. You're too weak. Even if you go, you'll just be courting death. We're just a bunch of old bones. Even if we die, we won't regret it. You're still young and have a bright future ahead of you. All of you stay in the city. If you see us defeated, you should quickly retreat. Every single one of you who lives counts. At this time, no one will blame you. It's already not easy for you to hold on until this moment. Hearing this, the few ancient beings seemed to be touched. One of them sighed and waved his hand to stop them. However, when they heard the words of those brave warriors who left without return, everyone felt even more solemn and stirring. Some young women couldn't help but shed tears. He was even more impressed with the noble character and unquestionable integrity of the 4 great war god clans. At this time in the distant horizon outside heavenly Deer City, a terrifying aura suddenly came. It was as if thousands of soldiers and horses were galloping toward them. Boom! A dull sound suddenly appeared at the end of the world. It was as if some terrifying treasure had awakened there and was about to sink the world. A dazzling radiance suddenly rose up like a great sun that could illuminate the vast expanse of space. At the same time, accompanied by a thick fog, a few demon-like figures walked out from there and crossed millions of miles. Millions of rays of light intertwined like a giant that could support the heavens and the earth. It shook the entire universe and made the world tremble. Oh no, The upper world is attacking again. On the city walls, many soldiers were shouting. Their faces were pale. They felt that the power this time was even more terrifying than before. Moreover, the upper world seemed to have taken out an extremely terrifying treasure. A black light appeared at the end of the world, like a burning black sun. Its brilliance could not be looked at directly, and the surrounding void was collapsing. The upper world is attacking again. Don't go out of the city. We'll go and fight them. A few ancient beings were enraged. It was as if they were provoked by the upper world's actions. Their figures flashed and disappeared from the city walls. Then, a ray of light surged from the altar and appeared outside the city walls. When the other experts saw this, they couldn't help but clench their fists. They hated themselves for being weak and powerless. They couldn't fight together with their seniors and protect the 8 desolates' 10 regions. The Heavenly Emperor Mountain even brought out the Heavenly Emperor Wheel. Why didn't they take it out before? If that's the case, then we can save some effort. A great golden path extended from the horizon and descended. The great path rumbled. A blurry and slender figure stood on top of it, exuding a surging and boundless pressure. This caused the expressions of the ancient existences from the 10 regions to change as they felt an indescribable pressure. Their original plan was to fight with the upper world. Regardless of whether they won or lost, they would find a chance to return to Heavenly Deer City and evacuate with their people. At this time, no one was stupid enough to throw away their lives. What did the destruction of Heavenly Deer City have to do with them? However, they didn't expect Gu Changa to appear here. They didn't want to fight with Gu Changa. Although they were smart and had hidden their strength well, they didn't want to cause too much trouble. Therefore, they were very decisive. Almost immediately, they rushed toward the few powerhouses from the upper realm on the other side, wanting to fight them to the death. For 9, when the people in Heavenly Deer City saw this, their hearts surged. Everyone clenched their fists. It was obvious that the ancient beings were angry and took the initiative to attack the upper world. This was different from the passive situation in the past. You're in such a hurry to die. Unfortunately, you'll regret it today. You dare to take the initiative to attack us? You don't know your place. The demon-like figures were all from the Heavenly Emperor Mountain. They looked different from the humans. Every move they made caused a boundless amount of gang chi to surge between heaven and earth. They felt that they were being provoked. A mere 8 desolates, 10 regions, dared to take the initiative to attack them. Boom! Beams of divine light shot up into the sky. Large hands slapped down from the sky, continuously striking down all kinds of lights. All kinds of supernatural powers and spells were performed, causing chaos in the area. In an instant, the most terrifying battle broke out. Many Dao attainment experts were fighting. The silhouettes of the true dragon, vermilion bird, white tiger, vermilion bird, and other terrifying beasts seemed to have come alive. They crossed over from ancient times and were about to revive in this place, erupting with unparalleled divine power. You're smart. You don't dare to fight with me. Pick those soft persimmons. Gu Changa's eyes were filled with interest. After arriving here, he didn't participate in the battle. After all, he had obtained the formation core from Lin Wu. Today, Heavenly Deer City would be destroyed, so Gu Changa wasn't in a hurry. He wanted to see what kind of tricks the 4 great clans of the war gods were playing. Boom! At this moment, at the end of the horizon, a terrifying black light rose up like a sun. However, it was pitch black and had fluctuations similar to Wang Yang's. From the outside, it looked like a wheel made of immortal black gold. It was incomparably ancient, and countless runes were blooming around it. This was one of the supreme treasures of the Heavenly Emperor Mountain, called the Heavenly Emperor Wheel. It contained many mysteries, and as soon as it appeared, it suppressed this part of the sky. Strands of black light began to descend. They were like chaotic gas that flooded Heavenly Deer City. Chapter 502. Young Master, according to your instructions, we have dispatched all the troops we can send. We're ready to follow your orders and attack Sky Deer City. In the sky, the golden path seemed to be formed by countless rules. Gu Changa stood on it and did not attack. Behind him, a powerhouse from the Gu clan appeared and reported, respectfully. They trusted Gu Changa's orders unconditionally. They didn't know why Gu Changa was so confident that they could attack Tianlu City that day. Have you sent them all? Gu Changa nodded and smiled with interest. She withdrew her gaze from the show. Sky Deer City was huge, but under the current circumstances, even the Gu clan's cavalry would not be able to stop them. Hence, if they attacked first, they would get the first share of the pie. Of course, Gu Changa was more interested in the place of rebirth in the depths of Sky Deer City. If he guessed correctly, that place of rebirth was created by borrowing the fate of the upper realm. It contained an unimaginable fortune. Gu Changa did not attack. Damn it, is he looking down on our upper realm cultivators? He didn't even bother to fight with them. In front of Sky Deer City, many cultivators noticed Gu Changa's figure in the distance. Seeing that Zhang Xian was only watching the show and not making a move against the 8 Desolates 10 regions, he couldn't help but curse. In their eyes, Gu Changa was more detestable than the other upper realm cultivators. Boom! At that moment, a dazzling light exploded between heaven and earth. Layers of terrifying aura surged like a torrential flood, slamming into the 4 seas and 8 wastelands. The powerful cultivators of the upper realm and Sky Deer City were fighting. The shockwaves from the battle spread from the horizon, wanting to turn everything into ashes. This was an unimaginably terrifying battle. The powerful cultivators of the 2 realms displayed their strongest abilities. Countless cultivators trembled under this aura and could not help but kneel. Toward the end, countless black palms slapped down on the stars in the sky. This cosmos erupted with the most dazzling radiance. Some people shouted loudly, others roaring angrily. Terrifying auras swept out like waves. Golden mottled runes of the great Tao condensed between heaven and earth. The 4 seas and 8 directions shook, unable to withstand the shockwaves from the battle between these Tao attainments. In the sky above Celestial Deer City, the heavenly wheel emitted a scorching intent like a rising black sun. Every strand of light was as heavy as the mountains and seas, enough to crush everything. It caused the symbols outside of Celestial 12 Deer City to rush into the heavens, turning into mysterious and ancient symbols. They gathered and combined there, possessing incomparable power. After being suppressed by the Sky Emperor Chakram, Celestial Deer City's Grand Array activated on its own accord to resist. However, at that moment, many of the people standing on the city walls seemed to have sensed something, and their expressions changed slightly. What's going on? Could it be that the Heavenly Deer City's array can't hold on any longer? Why do I feel that the Heavenly Deer City's barrier is much weaker than before? Although many of the experts had not reached the Tao attainment realm, they were very profound and could easily sense the powerful shockwaves coming from outside Celestial Deer City. Previously, because of the existence of the array, as long as they hid in Celestial Deer City, they would not be able to sense the attacks from the upper world. They were extremely safe and did not have to worry about their lives. However, today it was clearly different. Although the Heavenly Deer City's Grand Array activated on its own accord, its power was much weaker than before. Strand after strand of pressure spread through the Grand Array. It was very terrifying, suppressing their bones and making cracking sounds. Some people's heads even buzzed, and they heard the sound of their blood almost stopping under their skin. Boom! Some black light even leaked out from the cracks in the Grand Array and landed on the city walls outside Celestial Deer City. The people standing on the city walls were shocked, and some paled in fear. They almost lost their footing. This was a terrifying shockwave comparable to a Tao Attainment Realm expert's attack. It was enough to obliterate any existence below it. Could it be that the near immortal realm existence from the heaven above world destroyed the runes of the Grand Array after attacking the city? That's why the defensive power dropped so much. Some of the Supremes could not hide their pale-faced uneasiness and guessed, "It seems like the Grand Array won't be able to protect us for much longer." When they thought of this possibility, some people's faces changed drastically and paled. More of them were frightened and uneasy, and a feeling of despair rose in their hearts. For a moment, the people on the city walls could not help but tremble. Many of the people who had cursed at Guchanga just now shut their mouths in fear, and their eyes were filled with fear. Previously, they thought that the heavenly Deer City's Grand Array would be able to defend against the upper world for a while. They did not think that the upper world would be able to break through today and kill their way in. If the Grand Array could not protect them today, Guchanga would be able to kill them. At that time, no one would be able to stop him. Men, gather everyone who is still in Celestial Deer City. It's very likely that the upper world will attack today. A few of the older Supremes were very decisive. With a wave of their hands, they started giving orders to gather the army in Celestial Deer City and make preparations. This scene was naturally noticed by a few of the older enlightened masters who had been paying attention to the changes in Celestial Deer City's Grand Array. "How is this possible?" Their expressions changed abruptly as they found it hard to believe. They no longer cared about fighting the upper world experts. Streaks of dazzling great Tao appeared under their feet and manifested between heaven and earth. They tried to retreat and return to Celestial Deer City. However, after noticing this abnormality, the enlightened masters from the upper world would not let go of such an opportunity. In the distance, the sound of footsteps could be heard from the vast and boundless army that was like a tidal wave. A few terrifying figures appeared once again. Some were holding golden Taoist swords, while others had divine furnaces hanging above their heads. Their auras were monstrous and extremely shocking. Without a doubt, this was a group of powerful enlightened masters from various orthodoxies of the upper world. "Looks like there's a problem with Celestial Deer City's Grand Array. It can't protect them like before. This is a heaven-sent opportunity. Haha! Let's see who can escape today." The Tao attainments from the higher realms laughed loudly one after another. With every move they made, a vast and surging aura emerged. They rushed forward murderously, wanting to take action together and kill these 4 great war god clans' Tao attainments. If this had happened before, they would not have attacked so easily because they were afraid of Celestial Deer City's Grand Array. However, judging from the situation today, these enlightened masters had undoubtedly come out of the city to die. They probably did not expect that Celestial Deer City's Grand Array would have a problem at such a crucial time. Boom! On the other side, the Heavenly Emperor Mountain's supreme treasure rippled again. It was activated by an enlightened master in secret. It emitted ripples similar to Wang Yang's as it descended. Celestial Deer City shook violently. Countless runes lit up on the city walls and disappeared at a speed visible to the naked eye. They were obliterated by the ripples. How is this possible? Celestial Deer City's Grand Array can at least hold on for a while. I've personally tested it. How is this possible? What's the problem? An enlightened master from the Vermilion Bird War God clan had an ugly expression. He could not believe it. He felt that things had gone beyond his expectations. Before today's battle, they had clearly investigated Celestial Deer City's Grand Array. They knew that with the energy that Celestial Deer City had accumulated over the years, it would not be a problem for them to hold on for a while longer. That was why they had fearlessly left the city to fight. However, there were now 8 enlightened masters from the upper world around them. Each one of them did not seem to be weaker than them. All of a sudden, their faces turned pale. They no longer had the high spirits and fearlessness from before. Instead, there was even fear on their faces. After all, there were only 4 of them. They were no match for the 8 enlightened masters from the upper world. Even if they could escape back to Celestial Deer City, the city's Grand Array would not be able to hold off the upper world. When they thought of this, they were filled with regret. If they had known this would happen, they would have retreated. Who knew that there would be such an accident today? Boom! In the next instant, the universe shook violently. A giant green palm fell from afar, bringing with it a large amount of chaotic chi. It was an enlightened master attacking them. Countless precepts exploded as if they were about to turn into ashes. In another direction, black lightning appeared. It was a terrifying, true lightning that was like a real dragon. It caused the heavens and earth to rumble. It fell on them, wanting to shatter their true bodies. Poof! The enlightened masters from the Vermilion Bird War God clan were shocked. They wanted to dodge it. However, they were too slow. It was too late. The palm landed on them, and they coughed out blood. They were injured immediately. On the other side, the other Battle God clan members who had attained Tao were also injured and coughing up blood. Their bodies were on the verge of cracking. They were no match for the 8 enlightened masters from the upper world. They were at a disadvantage in an instant. Looks like I don't need to do anything. The upper world doesn't have many things, but it does have many tools. Gu Changa glanced at the battle and smiled faintly. Then, under the fearful and uneasy gazes of the people in front of Celestial Deer City, he took out a bronze box. Buzz! The moment the bronze box appeared, the runes in front of Celestial Deer City lit up as if they were resonating with it. Runes flew out one by one like stars. They were extremely dazzling and seemed to be flying into the bronze box. This scene shocked the entire Celestial Deer City. Even the enlightened masters who were fighting with the enlightened masters from the upper world were shocked. They looked at Gu Changa in disbelief and shock. This wave is, I was wondering how I could have sensed wrongly. So the core of Celestial Deer City's array is in his hands. How did Gu Changa get this item? The enlightened master from the Black Tortoise War God clan looked terrible. However, as soon as he finished speaking, he was hit by a giant palm from another direction. His entire body almost exploded. He coughed out blood and flew out, causing the desolate universe to collapse. Someone must have betrayed the 8 Desolation 10 regions and secretly sent the array core away. Damn it! It can't be the fairy of Celestial Deer. It must be someone else who can touch the array core. He stole the core of the array formation without us knowing. The rest of the Tao Attainment Realm cultivators had ugly expressions on their faces. They were filled with disbelief, as if they had just eaten a dead fly. They could not understand. The array core of Celestial Deer City had always been in the depths of the city and was guarded by enlightened masters. If it was lost, they would be the first to know. How did Gu Changa get this item? At this moment, not only were the people from the 8 Desolation 10 regions stunned, even the people from the upper world were shocked. They had never thought that this was the reason why Celestial Deer City's array was weakened. The bronze box in Gu Changa's hand could control Celestial Deer City's array. It was obvious that Celestial Deer City's array was no longer as powerful as it used to be. Its defensive power was constantly decreasing. It could not stop the upper world army at all. Now that Celestial Deer City was breached, the 8 Desolation 10 regions were in danger. How did young Lord Changa do it? How did he get the item that controls Celestial Deer City's array without us knowing? I can't believe it. Our upper world has been conquering the 8 Desolation 10 regions for countless years. This is the first time we have broken their array in such a way. After the initial shock, the people from the upper world were excited. All the enlightened masters of the orthodoxies waved their hands and gave the order. Ancient warships descended from the sky. The mighty army was like a black torrent of dark clouds as they charged into Celestial Deer City. At the forefront were the war beasts, behemoths, ancient gods, and other races. They were tens of thousands of feet tall and were entangled in chains. They destroyed everything in their path. Even the heavens and earth shook when they stepped on the ground. Vast divine power gathered in the sky and finally blasted into the city walls of Celestial Deer City. How did the array core of Celestial Deer City end up in Gu Changa's hands? The heavens want us dead! This scene made the people of Celestial Deer City despair. They couldn't help but tremble as they watched the mighty army from the upper world. They couldn't muster up the slightest bit of resistance. At this moment, runes flew out from the array outside Celestial Deer City. Many of the great Tao veins were also dimming. These places had suffered the most terrifying attacks and became extremely dim. It was as if a hole had been torn in the defensive barrier. Behind Guchanga, the terrifying army was like an indestructible weapon. They tore through the ruins in front of them and charged into Celestial Deer City. It's over. It's all over for us today. This scene made the people outside Celestial Deer City, who were surrounded by many enlightened masters, pale. However, they couldn't hide their fear and regret. They were no longer as valiant as before. Their voices were trembling. At this moment, they couldn't escape. It's all thanks to you guys. You saved me a lot of effort. Guchanga ordered the army behind him to charge into Celestial Deer City. Then he glanced at the severely injured enlightened masters of the 4 war god clans with great interest. Were willing to surrender. At this moment, their expressions changed drastically. Without any hesitation, they chose to surrender. They didn't want to throw away their lives. At the same time, they put down the emperor weapons in their hands. They didn't dare resist. Even the array outside Celestial Deer City was useless. If they didn't surrender, they would probably die. This made them feel extremely bitter and regretful. If they had known this would happen, they would have left Celestial Deer City. They wouldn't have acted like heroes in troubled times. Oh, surrender? Guchanga glanced at them and smiled thoughtfully. Sure, but what about your pledge of allegiance? Seeing this, the terrified people in Celestial Deer City were even more dumbfounded. They thought that these enlightened masters would shed their last drop of blood for this battle. They thought that they wouldn't be afraid of anything, but they didn't expect them to surrender so quickly. They didn't hesitate at all and chose to surrender. It was as if they were afraid that they would be killed by the upper realm if they were a step too slow. This made many cultivators who were ready to kill the upper realm feel as if a bucket of cold water had been poured over their heads. They froze, unable to believe what they were seeing. Could it be that what they said before was all a lie? Everything was a lie. It was all just to deceive us, many people reacted. Their voices were bitter, trembling, and filled with grief and anger. Kill! At this moment, Celestial Deer City shook violently. A terrifying wave suddenly struck down from the heavens. All the runes were destroyed. The city wall, which was as flat as the heavens and earth, trembled continuously. Cracks began to appear on it. The army of the upper realm arrived in front of the city. The siege weapons that had been prepared long ago appeared. They were like heavenly knives, shining with dazzling light as they slashed down on the city wall in front of them. The city wall, which had stood tall for countless years, trembled continuously at this moment. Large patches of runes were destroyed, as if it was about to collapse. The enlightened masters of the 4 Divine Wars clans were shocked when they heard Guchanga's words. If they wanted to surrender, they could only attack Celestial Deer City now. Moreover, Guchanga and the others definitely wouldn't let them leave so easily. Forget it. Looks like you guys aren't willing. Guchanga saw their expressions and couldn't help but smile faintly. Then, several enlightened masters of the Longevity Gu clan appeared behind him. Their auras were majestic. They raised their hands and unleashed the terrifying power of the natural order, sealing the area and suppressing the people in front of them. Seeing this, the eyes of the experts who had attacked earlier flashed, but they didn't stop them. If the 4 people in front of them were to fight to the death, it would be quite troublesome for them. Moreover, they didn't know why Guchanga wanted to imprison these people. When Celestial Deer City was destroyed, there were more important things waiting for them. Chapter 503. Celestial Deer City had stood tall in the 8 Desolates' 10 regions for countless years. It had always been like the backbone of heaven and earth. Just the city walls alone were more than 10 million miles long. They had resisted many invasions from the upper realm without collapsing. Even the stars were as small as dust in front of it. But today everything was destroyed. The walls were trembling, and all the runes on them were like collapsing torrents. They scattered and disappeared quickly. Countless marks of swords, spears, swords, and halberds appeared on the greenish-gray walls. There were even many bloodstains. Rumble. Countless stars contained the imprint of heaven and earth. They could draw the power of heaven and earth and revolved around celestial Deer City. However, under the aura of a supreme expert, it instantly exploded into fine powder that filled the sky. But today, a corner of the array outside celestial Deer City was torn apart, and a terrifying rift valley appeared. Endless wind and rules rushed out from there, causing all the living beings and cultivators on the city walls to tremble. Their faces were pale, and they were extremely frightened. From where they were, they could see many terrifying beings from the upper realm marching toward them with earth-shattering footsteps. This was an unstoppable force. Mountains collapsed, the earth cracked, and the sea turned to ashes. Even lightning would dry up under this wave. Countless cultivators and living beings in the city began to gather at the city walls. However, there were even more people who took advantage of the current chaos to flee into the distance. This was because even the Supremes who had just left the city to fight had chosen to surrender. They did not dare to continue fighting against the upper realm. At this time, what else could they defend against? All the imposing, spirited, and fearless words from before were just to win people's hearts. At the last moment, they finally revealed their true colors of cowardice. What nonsense was this four great war god clan? They were just people who deceived the world. At this moment, countless living beings and cultivators were cursing at the four great war god clan, but they did not slow down. Divine rainbows appeared under their feet. At the same time, ancient altars lit up. Dazzling doors appeared that could lead to other places. Celestial Deer City was in chaos. In the center of the ancient halls, the lights were equally dazzling. There were several incomparably ancient figures sitting cross-legged in this place. There were traces of time around them, and it seemed that one could faintly see fragments of time. However, as they sat there, they seemed to be silent and motionless. It was as if they had not moved for countless years. Now, they seemed to have sensed the aura outside Celestial Deer City. Dazzling divine light began to appear. Multicolored chi surged into the sky. Holy and crystalline light shone from the top of their heads. An ocean-like divine consciousness fluctuation emerged from their bodies. Each of them had unfathomable strength, and they were gradually awakening. Has this day finally arrived? Some of them moved their eyes and then slowly opened them. Their gazes were incomparably deep. He sighed as if he already knew what Heavenly Deer City and the 8 desolates 10 regions were facing. I can already see endless blood and fire. The earth is drowned in darkness. The sun and moon are corroded by the flames of war. Everything is sunk. The other old man also opened his eyes. He looked very old and thin. His cheekbones were sunken, and his eyes were like candles, incomparably dazzling and bright. Boom! A burst of light shot into the sky. Multicolored light tore through the sky and shone into the universe in the distance. Countless cultivators and living beings could not help but be pleasantly surprised when they sensed the fluctuation. Now, in Heavenly Deer City, there were no other Tao attainments apart from the 4 war god clans who had attained Tao. Moreover, the 4 war god clans who had attained Tao had been suppressed. They had even planned to surrender to the upper world. This made everyone in Heavenly Deer City feel somewhat hopeless. At this moment, they sensed the aura of another Tao attainment, which naturally made them very happy. In these few palaces, these existences began to rise. For some reason, they had been in seclusion in Heavenly Deer City. Now that Heavenly Deer City was facing a great battle, they all woke up from their seclusion. Streaks of divine light flashed across the sky. They appeared on the walls of Heavenly Deer City, but what they saw made them feel hopeless. Among them, there were young beings and older beings. At this moment, they were all trembling. Kill. Outside Heavenly Deer City, one could see a densely packed army with majestic and terrifying auras. They surged from the ends of the world, wanting to drown the city. At the very front were even more terrifying war beasts. They were personally controlled by Supremes. Just their steps caused the world to tremble. One stomp was enough to trample countless beings to death. This was a sea of Black Wongyong. There were at least 100 million of them. Seeing this scene made everyone feel hopeless. A corner of Heavenly Deer City's formation had been torn. From this direction, it was the weakest point. Therefore, all the upper world armies were charging in from this direction. Boom! At this moment, an even more terrifying explosion rang out in the sky. A red spear, formed from many rays of light, tore through the sky. It seemed to be able to pierce through eternity and tear apart the universe. It suddenly pierced toward Heavenly Deer City. This made all the living beings in Heavenly Deer City involuntarily kneel down in front of this aura. This was involuntary and uncontrollable. Everyone's scalps went numb when they saw the terrifying runes erupting from the city walls. However, under this spear they were obliterated. There was no way to block it. The current Heavenly Deer City no longer had the same resistance as before. It was constantly shaking, as if it was going to fall from this attack. This made them feel hopeless. Guchanga had made his move. In the eyes of everyone in Heavenly Deer City, his existence was like a nightmare. Although he was handsome and aloof, his might was unparalleled. Just this casual attack was enough to tear apart the formation outside Sky Deer City. Those who surrender will live, those who resist will die. The voices of the upper world's enlightened beings rang out. Although they weren't loud, they spread out clearly and carried coldness. They walked forward with monstrous ripples and auras. They wanted to force everyone in front of them to kneel down. Everyone in Heavenly Deer City couldn't help but tremble. Without the enlightened beings' resistance, their levels were too low. If they were to face experts of this level, it would be no different from ants facing a true dragon. Only death awaited them. It will take a while before they can kill their way into the city. However, it won't take much time. After Guchanga attacked once, he didn't do anything else. Instead, he looked into the depths of Heavenly Deer City. He felt that Heavenly Deer City wasn't as simple as it seemed. The place of rebirth that the Empyrean maiden had mentioned might very well be a place of karma. However, right now, even he couldn't stop the upper world's army with just the power of Heavenly Deer City. Boom! At this moment, in the center of Heavenly Deer City, a light soared into the sky. It was a few powerful figures. Their chi and blood surged, and they emitted the auras of enlightened beings. They were the people who had just awakened. Facing the terrifying army of the upper world, they were very cautious. Although they had just awakened, they already knew what had happened in Heavenly Deer City. This made them sigh softly, but more than that, they were sad and angry. Who would have thought that, in such a time of crisis, the various tribes wouldn't unite and instead abandon the city and flee? Even the enlightened beings of the 4 war god clans surrendered to the upper world in front of everyone in Heavenly Deer City. This made them angry and sad. There was a surge of anger in their hearts that caused the sky to change color and the earth to crack. However, it was useless now. They knew that after the formation of Heavenly Deer City was broken, everyone here couldn't stop the upper world's army. Even the number of enlightened beings made them feel despair, not to mention those who had yet to make a move in the dark. Some of them were even close to the immortal path domain. Just by relying on their own power, they could suppress the world. They were invincible throughout history. How could they stop them? They couldn't stop them at all. From the beginning to the end, they didn't have the slightest chance. Today, the city is broken. Those who are willing to surrender can surrender. At this time, no one will blame you. This was something that was destined to happen. They walked over and descended from the sky. They spoke to all the cultivators and living beings in heavenly Deer City, helplessly. Some of the older people recognized them, but they couldn't help but feel sad. These people were the ones who fought bravely in the war with the upper world. They were even crowned as kings. However, they heard that they disappeared later on. It seemed that they were cultivating in seclusion somewhere. No one would have thought that they were in heavenly Deer City. However, today, there was no longer any hope for this war. For those kings, it was even more tragic. The 8 desolates 10 regions of today is no longer the 8 desolates 10 regions of the past. This fate has already decayed, these elders were all sighing. They did not choose to fight against the upper realms at this time. It would only be pointless suicide. If there was still a glimmer of hope in this war, they would definitely fight with all their might, even if the world withered and the Tao collapsed. The fluctuations outside heavenly Deer City were even more terrifying. One could see that within the endless light and divine chains of order, the vast formation was being torn apart. The formation finally cracked open. A terrifying rift valley was formed. Enlightened beings led the upper world's army and attacked the city at the first moment. The city gate, which was originally as tall as the sky, exploded with a boom under the joint attack of the enlightened beings. The fluctuations were vast. All the runes on it shattered, unable to stop them for even a moment. This scene made everyone in heavenly Deer City feel despair. Is surrender really the only way out? Many people's voices trembled, containing fear. Some people went forward to fight the upper world's army, but they were trampled into a bloody mist by the giant war beast's foot. Some enlightened beings drove chariots, which were covered in all kinds of terrifying scars. There were marks of swords, spears, and halberds, as well as various arrow holes. They were filled with a supreme aura. They descended into the city, their might astonishing, suppressing everyone until they had to kneel down. This was the incomparable might of the most powerful experts. Many creatures and cultivators were in despair. There was no other way but to surrender. However, even more people would rather die than surrender. Their eyes were filled with hostility and anger as they stared at the upper world's army. They looked like they were going to fight to the death. How laughable. Mere ants want to overturn the heavens. Many enlightened beings were disdainful. Their gazes were like divine lightning. When they swept across the void, the surroundings cracked. There was a terrifying aura that shook people's souls. Such contempt infuriated everyone in heavenly Deer City. However, they were suppressed by their auras. They couldn't even raise their heads. Their bones cracked, and their skin seemed like it was going to burst. I'm going to fight to the death with you. One of the enlightened beings couldn't stand the situation. He couldn't help but roar. He activated all the dermic powers in his body. His entire body glowed as he charged forward. However, before it could come into contact with them, it was shattered by the aura around them and exploded into a bloody mist that filled the sky. If it weren't for young Master Chang'e, we would have killed you the moment we broke into this city. We gave you a chance to live. If you don't cherish it, then don't blame us. These enlightened beings came from various orthodoxies in the upper world. Their auras were very powerful. They stood in heavenly Deer City, their gazes like thunder as they spoke coldly. They weren't stupid. They knew that the Empyrean Deer Mystic Fairy was by Gu Chang'e's side and was very close to him. The Empyrean Deer Mystic Fairy was willing to follow Gu Chang'e because they had some sort of agreement. If they killed wantonly in heavenly Deer City, they might offend Gu Chang'e because of the Empyrean Deer Mystic Fairy. To them, the most important factor in conquering heavenly Deer City was the 8 desolates, 10 regions that stood behind it. Seniors, you're right. I'm a virtuous person. I'll give you a chance to live. Of course, that's if you don't want to die. Outside heavenly Deer City, a great path smashed through many of the precepts, creating a path. Gu Chang'e descended with a majestic army following behind him. His aura overflowed into the heavens, suppressing the sun and moon. causing all the stars to tremble. He swept his gaze across everyone in front of him and said calmly. Seeing his arrival, the expressions of the other enlightened beings changed slightly. The entire heavenly deer city fell into a dead silence. They were not afraid of this group of unfamiliar Tao achievers, but their fear of Guchanga was so deep that it was almost ingrained in their bones. Boom! The enlightened beings who had woken up in the central palace of heavenly deer city had also descended. Although they hadn't woken up for long, they'd already heard about what had happened outside heavenly deer city from the others through a secret technique. Thus, they knew that the young man in front of them was the leader of the same generation in the upper world. He had great authority and authority. Even the many who had attained the Tao here seemed to regard Guchanga as their leader. Since things have come to this, there's no need for you to continue resisting. At this moment, the Empyrean deer mystic fairy appeared behind Guchanga. Her gaze was calm without any ripples. She swept her gaze across the people of heavenly deer city and spoke softly. The Empyrean deer mystic fairy! Seeing the Empyrean deer mystic fairy, everyone's expressions changed drastically. They hadn't expected her to choose to appear at this time. Moreover, she faced all of this so calmly, as if she wasn't surprised at all. This made many people even angrier. They wanted to curse her, but they didn't dare in front of Guchanga. However, more cultivators and living beings felt deeply dejected. Perhaps the only thing they could do now was to listen to the Empyrean deer mystic fairy. Only then could they survive. But if they survived, would they become slaves of the upper world and be ordered around? Your life and death have nothing to do with me. I only want to protect heavenly deer city that my master left behind. The Empyrean deer mystic fairy's voice rang out again. It was calm, but it sounded cold and emotionless when it fell into the ears of the crowd. To the Empyrean deer mystic fairy, heavenly deer city was much more important than the living beings in it. This was the place she'd grown up in, and the place she'd promised her master to protect. As long as the city existed, everything else could be relatively ignored. Bitterness surfaced on the faces of the few elders who had hurried over when they saw this scene. However, they also understood that if they did not wish for everyone to die, the best method was to surrender. Thus, they didn't try to resist. Instead, they took the lead in expressing their willingness to surrender. Many people in heavenly deer city gritted their teeth. They had an irreconcilable feud with the upper world, which was why they'd chosen to stay behind when everyone else had left heavenly deer city. But today, they were going to surrender to the upper world. They couldn't accept it at all, and their hearts were filled with unwillingness. If you don't want to surrender, then kill. Guchanga noticed the expressions of these people, but his voice didn't waver as he ordered. Hearing this, the expressions of the people in heavenly deer city changed drastically. Many of them were terrified and wanted to change their minds, but it was too late. In the next moment, blood soared into the sky, dyeing the clouds in the sky red. After receiving the order, the army behind Guchanga surged forward like a torrent, crushing everything in its path. As expected, after a crack was torn in heavenly deer city's formation, the army from the upper world rushed in. Even though there were many people in the city who were unwilling to surrender, they couldn't resist such a crushing force. Among them, the clansmen of the 4 war gods who'd stayed behind didn't disappoint the people in heavenly deer city. They chose to surrender at the first moment, just like their few enlightened ones, without any intention of resisting. Of course, many people weren't surprised by this. After all, heavenly deer city was just a city, facing the terrifying army of the upper world. Without the support of other clans, it was defeated in an instant. After that, the army from the upper world entered and swept through all the pavilions and palaces, killing all those who resisted, not leaving a single corner untouched. The news of heavenly deer city's destruction spread like wildfire across the 8 wilderness's 10 regions. Many of the clans who'd already evacuated were shocked, but at the same time they were incomparably glad that they'd escaped in time. Otherwise, they would have died tragically in the city. They could imagine what kind of terrifying catastrophe would befall the 8 wildernesses, 10 regions. Lee. Chapter 504. This is the land of rebirth in the depths of Sky Deer City. Looks like it was moved away by someone's divine power. In the depths of Sky Deer City, Guchanga and the Empyrean Deer Mystic Fairy appeared in a well-hidden space. However, this place was very different from when the Empyrean Deer Mystic Fairy had been here. The sky was still dark, and there was not much light in sight. There was only a flickering fog in the sky. There was only a terrifying bottomless pit that extended for an unknown distance. It was much larger than most of the planets. In some areas there were even deep pits created by the remains of planets. If she did not feel that the aura of the rules of heaven and earth was the same as before, she would have thought that she had come to the wrong place. After the fall of Sky Deer City, the army stationed at the foot of the mountain and occupied various places. The experts of various races in the 8 wildernesses, 10 regions, either fled or surrendered. After a period of reorganization, Sky Deer City became the #1 city in the 8 wildernesses, 10 regions. The various races and orthodoxies divided their territories according to their military exploits, and order was restored. Now, the various orthodoxies were discussing their next step in the war. Once Sky Deer City fell, the gates of the 8 wildernesses, 10 regions were wide open. Therefore, the various imperishable sects and supreme orthodoxies were planning to send their armies to attack the various races in the 8 wildernesses, 10 regions. There was no need for all the forces to join forces to attack the cities like before. To the orthodoxies of the upper world, the races in the 8 wildernesses, 10 regions were not important at all. They only needed to send their armies to defeat them quickly. However, Guchanga was more interested in the land of rebirth in the depths of Sky Deer City, so he asked the Empyrean Deer Mystic Fairy to bring him there. Unfortunately, he was disappointed by what he saw. "I'm a little late. Looks like there's something hidden in the land of rebirth in Sky Deer City. I can feel the aura of reincarnation here." Guchanga looked around with interest. Then a divine rainbow appeared under his feet, and he went deeper into the land of rebirth. The land of rebirth was vast and boundless, as if it was another unknown universe. However, what surprised Guchanga was that there was a lot of death chi here. Strands of death chi lingered in the air, and the whole place looked like it had dried up. In some places there were even traces of battle, but they were very ancient, as if they had always existed in ancient times. Apart from this, there were many shattered ancient monuments and black vile earth, unable to produce the slightest bit of life force. Between some of the broken pieces of earth, one could see a river of blood flowing underground. When the 8 desolates and 10 regions were separated from the upper realm, a portion of the upper realm's destiny was stolen. As a result, the rules of the upper realm were incomplete, and the great Tao was incomplete. Thus, no immortals were born until now. There are remnants of the upper realm's rule power here. Perhaps the 603 fate that was stolen back, then, is related to this place. Guchanga walked forward and saw Wang Yang in black at the end. However, this black Wang Yang seemed to have been moved by someone once. It appeared somewhat withered. A few specks of light drooped down as if they were the light of life. Of course, it was very rare. Compared to the vast and boundless land of rebirth, it was even more insignificant. From Guchanga's point of view, this must have been moved away by the powerhouses of Sky Deer City when they left. It was obvious that they left in a hurry. So many of the traces here were not wiped away in time. These specks of light that were like the light of life clearly contained a very weak spirituality. This land of rebirth might really contain something related to reincarnation. The corpses that were buried here are all gone. The Empyrean Deer Mystic Fairy walked over from another direction. At this moment, she could not hide her shock. She went to look for the corpses of the powerhouses who died in the battle with the upper realm and were buried here. In the end, she found that their coffins were empty. There was no one inside. This made her heart tremble. She could not help but speculate. Perhaps the deaths in the battle were just a cover-up. It seemed that she had underestimated these major clans. They even had to lie about such things and deceive the entire 8 desolates and 10 regions. Let's go. There's no point in talking about this now. It seems that the 8 desolates and 10 regions are more well hidden than you think. Guchanga smiled faintly. The Empyrean deer, mystic, fairy nodded. Her gaze was complicated. If it were not for the attack of the upper realm this time, she would not have known about these things for the rest of her life. In that case, was she lucky or unlucky? Outside the land of rebirth, there were already people waiting respectfully. However, they were none other than the few elders who had voluntarily surrendered to the upper realm. Every one of them had extremely profound cultivation. At least, they were much stronger than the 4 enlightened Taoists of the War God clan who had pretended to fight outside the city. However, their cultivations were now sealed by the powerhouses of the various clans with special runes. They could not be used easily. However, their qi and blood were not to be underestimated. Ordinary people did not dare to approach them. As prisoners, they were surrounded by guards. However, when they asked to see Guchanga, no one dared to stop them. Greetings, young Master Changa. They looked at the Empyrean dear mystic fairy with a complicated expression, then greeted Guchanga respectfully. Oh, you have something to say to me? Guchanga glanced at them in surprise. He was still considering what to do with these enlightened Taoists who surrendered in Sky Deer City. Should he devour them as nourishment or keep them for his own use? After all, the entire Upper Realm had seen him suppress the 4 enlightened Taoists of the War God clan with their own eyes. If they disappeared, it might arouse unnecessary suspicion. Of course, this did not mean that Guchanga would let them live. He just thought it would be troublesome. We know a little about the secret of the land of rebirth. When the elders heard this, they did not hide anything. They wanted to use this opportunity to negotiate with Guchanga so that Guchanga would treat the prisoners well. The land of rebirth? This should have been stolen from the upper realm. I don't think it's hard to guess. Guchanga smiled faintly. Countless years ago, the separation of the 8 desolates and 10 regions from the upper realm was related to the Devil Lord's destruction of the world. However, the theft of the upper realm's fate had nothing to do with this. When the elders heard this, they looked at each other and smiled bitterly. They knew that this could not be hidden from Guchanga. However, this was not what they wanted to talk about, but the secret hidden in the land of rebirth. It is said that there is an epic tree in the land of rebirth. That epic tree has existed for many eras. Although its vitality is weak, it has never withered. A few eras ago, someone discovered that the epic tree seemed to be sprouting new leaves and branches. They opened their mouths and revealed a secret that no one knew about before. Epic tree. Guchanga raised his eyebrows. Epic tree, world tree, space-time tree. These were all mysterious ancient trees that were widely known in the upper realm. For example, he had a world tree sapling that was evolving and growing in the innerverse. However, it would take a long time for it to grow to the point where branches and leaves could support the world. This epic tree was a very mysterious ancient tree that could easily span several eras. There was even a saying that by trekking along the branches and leaves of the epic tree, one could cross the river of time and go to the past and future. The space-time monument and the mystic mirror were actually the same as the epic tree. However, the epic tree only existed in legends. No one had truly seen it before. Even in the upper realm, there were only a few records of it. If that's the case, this land of rebirth is actually nurturing a newborn epic tree. However, if it is a real epic tree, those who are not in the immortal realm would not be able to get close to it. How did they move it away? It seems that there is something else going on. It is definitely not a complete epic tree. Guchanga was deep in thought. He was not worried that they would dare to lie to him. Therefore, he guessed that the withered epic tree had either turned into a seed, a sapling, or a fruit. When he thought about it this way, a divine object like the epic tree was related to the fate of the entire upper realm. When it was stolen from the upper realm, it caused the fate of the entire upper realm to decrease sharply. The heavenly axiom was incomplete, and the broken celestial precepts could not bear the power of the immortal path. So this is the reason why no immortals were born in the upper realm. Gu Changa could not help but narrow his eyes. He suddenly had a bold idea. Since this epic tree was related to so much, it would definitely affect the fate of the upper realm. If he refined it, would he not be able to control the upper realm directly? Of course, this control did not mean true control. It meant that Gu Changa could control the upper realm's immortal ascension. In order to become an immortal, one had to go through the baptism of the immortal path's light. Without his permission, who could become an immortal? However, Gu Changa was not sure what was left of the epic tree. After a few days, the Upper Realm's army was stationed in Sky Deer City. The ancient city, which spanned tens of millions of miles, was divided up by various immortal forces and supreme sage orthodoxies. Every day, one could see skyrocketing cracks appearing, and a mighty army would charge out to various places in the 8 wilderness 10 regions. In the eyes of the various orthodoxies, the 8 wilderness 10 regions was a piece of juicy meat on the chopping board, and they were all drooling over it. In particular, the most fertile regions among the 10 regions attracted everyone's attention. Therefore, almost every day, forces and orthodoxies would send their armies over. Compared to the desolation countless years ago, the current 8 wilderness 10 regions was obviously much more resourceful. The flames of war spread, and the sounds of battle rang out between the major regions. Mighty armored cavalry charged like a torrent, bringing despair and catastrophe to the people of the 8 wilderness 10 regions. However, many of the younger generation, such as 6 Crown King, Heavenly Phoenix Princess, Heavenly Demon Lord, and others, returned to the upper realm after breaking through Sky Deer City's formation. They did not continue to participate. To them, this war was more like an experience. Now that the experience was over, it was natural for them to return to the upper realm to cultivate on their own. As expected, Gu Xian left without saying goodbye. She did not even say a word to Gu Changa. Gu Changa only chuckled when he heard about this. He did not mind. This war was a great experience for Gu Xian. However, her current strength was not much weaker than the strongest of the younger generation. It was just that she was not satisfied with it. In the time that followed, Gu Changa's cultivation increased again. When he secretly dealt with the 4 divine war gods, he heard another piece of news from them. The people who gave the order to abandon Sky Deer City and flee were the ancient figures behind them. Their seniority could be traced back to the beginning of the 8 wilderness 10 regions. However, these ancient figures had clearly escaped from Sky Deer City and returned to their ancestral land. It was very likely that they had moved their ancestral land away. Just like the upper realm, there were many lower realms in the 8 wilderness 10 regions. With their abilities, they could easily tear open a crack in space and go to the lower realms to hide there. Gu Changa was quite surprised by this news. However, he soon thought of a candidate. Perhaps he could use this opportunity to destroy the so-called 4 Great War God clan. If he guessed correctly, the place of rebirth in the depths of Sky Deer City might have been taken away by the ancient figures of the 4 divine war gods. Gu Changa, what else do you want me to do? Outside the palace, Lin Wu walked over with an ugly expression. Although he had betrayed the 8 wilderness 10 regions, he had done it secretly and had not revealed it. At least on the surface, no one knew about it. At this moment, he was escorted over because Gu Changa had something to tell him. During this time, although he had seen Lu Luo, their situation had only improved. They had not regained their freedom and were restricted to the courtyard. Although Lin Wu was unhappy with this, he could only suppress it in his heart and did not dare to show it. There's one more thing I want you to do. Once you're done, I will let the two of you go." Gu Changa sat by the window with a slight smile on his face as he gently blew on the tea beside him. "You promised me that you would not hurt Lu Luo. What do you want now?" Lin Wu gritted his teeth and glared at him. He had never felt so humiliated before. Although he had survived the great battle, he did not feel at ease at all. At every moment, he felt as if his conscience was being condemned. "It's very simple. Help me find your people." Gu Changa smiled casually. "If you're not willing, then all your previous efforts will be in vain. Don't forget, one of my heaven's favorites is still thinking about your master." "Gu Changa, you are so despicable." Lin Wu was stunned for a moment before he realized what Gu Changa meant. Instantly, anger surged in his heart as he gritted his teeth. His voice was filled with bone-deep hatred. Gu Changa's goal was very simple. After all, no one knew that he had betrayed Sky Deer City and 8 Desolation 10 regions. Therefore, Lin Wu could find a chance to return to his tribe. If he guessed correctly, the Dragon Blood Battle Gods were thinking of a way to leave 8 Desolation 10 regions. Gu Changa was planning to make a move on his tribe. At this moment, Lin Wu wanted nothing more than to fight Gu Changa to the death. Furthermore, he knew that even if he refused now, it would be too late. After falling into Gu Changa's trap, he had no other choice. He could only follow this path to the end. "I've given you a chance. How you choose is none of my business." Hearing this, Gu Changa continued to smile casually. He then calmly blew on the tea in his cup, as if he didn't know why Lin Wu hated him so much. Lin Wu's entire body trembled as his eyes turned red. His heart was filled with anger and hatred that he could no longer hide. However, he didn't dare to do anything to Gu Changa. Just as Gu Changa had said, he had no other way out. After betraying 8 Desolation 10 regions, there was no turning back. "If you agree, I'll order someone to send you out of the city now. I guarantee that no one will find you." Gu Changa still had a faint smile on her face. "Gu Changa, aren't you afraid of retribution in the future?" Lin Wu's gaze was extremely cold. He felt that encountering Gu Changa was the biggest disaster of his life. "Oh, retribution? Then I'm looking forward to that day." Gu Changa smiled faintly. He didn't care at all. Lin Wu's value lay in his current identity. As the most outstanding young heaven's pride of the Dragon Blood Battle Gods clan, Lin Wu definitely wouldn't want him to die like this. Gu Changa knew that the clan land behind Lin Wu had most likely been emptied out long ago. However, he believed that Lin Wu would have a way to contact his clan. This would save Gu Changa the time and trouble of searching for them one by one. As the son of destiny, Gu Changa naturally had to wait for him to shine to the extreme and burn to the last moment. Otherwise, he would be letting down the son of fate. Of course, to Gu Changa, the 4 Battle Gods clan was much more valuable than the rest of the clans. The person who stole the fate of the upper world probably had a lot to do with the 4 great clans. Other than that, with Sky Deer City destroyed, the 8 Desolation 10 regions were basically wide open. He had to do something else. The other son of fate, the Guardian clan behind Xiaoyang. During this great battle, no one from the Guardian clan appeared. This surprised Gu Changa. Logically speaking, at a time like this, there shouldn't be a hero who could turn the tide. Maybe he was overthinking things, or maybe the Guardians were just like the 4 great divine battle clans, deceiving the world to gain fame. It's time for the Gu clan to use the hidden chess pieces that we planted in the 8 Desolation 10 regions. Gu Wudi and Xiaoyang's whereabouts have always been under my control. Gu Changa's gaze gradually deepened. Chapter 505. 20 years ago, the pawns that the Gu clan had planted in the 8 barren 10 regions had made their move. They had almost wiped out the Guardians in one night. Only a few of them had managed to escape. Because of this, the son of fate, Xiaoyang, was born with a grudge. That was why Gu Changa had asked his clan about the cause and effect of what had happened 20 years ago. It had something to do with the deserted world before the 8 barren 10 regions had been born. At that time, the Gu clan had a subsidiary clan called the Bone clan. They were extremely powerful and were well known in the upper world. However, they had made a huge mistake and were banished to the deserted world. Because of this, the Bone clan had always wanted to leave the deserted world and return to the upper world. The previous battles between the upper world and the 8 barren 10 regions had given them the opportunity. Because of this, the Gu clan had reached an agreement with the Bone clan. They agreed to remove their sins and allow the Bone clan to return to the upper world. Then the Gu clan had planted the entire Bone clan in the 8 barren 10 regions as a hidden pawn. They could play an unimaginable role in crucial times. Now, the Bone clan had taken over the White Bone region. Although they were few in number, they had a powerful ancestor who had lived for a long time. No one dared to provoke him. This time, Gu Changa planned to use this hidden chess piece to see if she could eradicate the last guardian bloodline and eliminate the root of the problem. 20 years ago, the Bone clan almost wiped them out. It seems that they have some tricks up their sleeves. Gu Changa left the Sky Deer City alone and headed to the White Bone region. Other than Ada, no one followed him. With his current strength, following too many people would not be of any use. Gu Changa let the heavenly deer mystic fairy stay in the Sky Deer City because of her identity. She was familiar with the upper world and could help Gu Changa deal with the captives. There were 10 regions in the 8 barren 10 regions. The largest regions were the Yunza region and the Chiliao region. Other than that, the other 6 regions were smaller. As for the 8 barren 10 regions, it was very desolate. It was shrouded in miasma and chaotic fog. There were many mountains, rivers, and lakes. Many powerful beasts lived there, as well as a few human tribes. As for the wasteland master of the 8 barons, his strength was extremely terrifying and his cultivation was unfathomable. After all, they needed to intimidate all the living beings in the entire wasteland. Some of the ferocious beasts had extremely long lifespans. Although its intelligence was not high, it had accumulated an extremely deep and terrifying cultivation base. The overlords of the 8 great desolates did not participate in the battle against the upper realm. However, there were still a few of them who had been to Celestial Deer City and witnessed the terror of the upper realm's army. Then they left Sky Deer City and returned to their own territories. Compared to the 10 great regions, the flames of war in the 8 great desolates were clearly much less. In the eyes of many orthodoxies in the upper realm, the threat of the 8 great wilderness was not as deep as that of the 10 major domains. If one were to look at it from a high altitude, they would discover that the 8 desolates and 10 regions looked more like a complete continent that had been broken into several pieces and separated from each other. However, the size of each domain was over 10 million miles, and some even reached hundreds of millions of miles. Now, war was breaking out everywhere. The great army of the higher realms could be seen almost everywhere, slaughtering their way to various parts of the 8 desolate 10 regions. According to the message Master left for me, the great mountain lord should be somewhere in the great desolation, at this moment in one of the desolates in the 8 great wilderness. In the towering desolates where the borders could not be seen, ancient trees towered into the sky. The miasma was thick and the vines were tall. Xiao Yang, Gu Wudi, and the others were hurrying along. However, both of them looked rather tired. Although both of them had a lot of enmity before, after some things had happened, Xiao Yang's attitude towards Gu Wudi had obviously softened, especially when they encountered a powerful, venerable level beast on the way, and it was Gu Wudi who saved him. This made Xiao Yang feel conflicted, and he felt that Gu Wudi had also changed. This time, after the destruction of the 9 great mountains and the uncertain fate of the 3rd mountain lord, he had matured a lot. He was no longer as cowardly and opinionated as before. This time, other than the 2 of them, the other large clans in the 8 desolate 10 regions had also sent many powerhouses to follow them and search for the great mountain lord. This was already the 3rd month since they left Celestial Deer City. Along the way, They had traversed mountains and rivers and searched many places before finally locking onto this place. They felt that the Great Mountain Lord should be here. A figure like the Great Mountain Lord was elusive. He had long stopped cultivating in the 9 great mountains. After giving the 9 mountains a mortal seal to them, he said that he was going into seclusion, but in reality he was traveling the world. Now that the 9 great mountains had been destroyed, and even Celestial Deer City had been destroyed, Xiaoyang's heart was heavy. The only thing he could do now was to find the second Mountain Lord and ask about his family. Otherwise, the entire 8 desolate 10 regions would fall. Celestial Deer City has been destroyed, and the Upper World's army has swept through the 8 desolate 10 regions. Many places are in chaos. The war has brought disaster, and we can't do anything about it. The few powerhouses behind Xiaoyang and Gu Wudi's side, they did not expect that the Great Mountain Lord who had followed them to search for the 9 great mountains would let them escape. The 8 great wilderness had become a relatively peaceful place. During this time, they had heard that many living beings and cultivators had died tragically in Celestial Deer City. Although those who surrendered could survive, their fates in the future would definitely not be good, especially when they heard that many clans did not care about Celestial Deer City and abandoned the city in the end. Even the 4 great war god clans had chosen to surrender in front of everyone. It was a disgrace. Previously, they had said that they were righteous and that they were not afraid of death. In the end, when the time came, they were terrified and did not even dare to resist. This made many people who heard the news angry, sad, and in disbelief. This was the true face of those ancient clans. If not for the fact that the destruction of Celestial Deer City would threaten their territory, they would not even care, let alone send an army to help. It's useless to talk about this now. She begged for fresh flowers. The most important thing is to find the Great Mountain Lord. His cultivation is unparalleled. He will definitely have a way. Gu Wudi frowned when he heard the conversation behind him. He seemed to be dissatisfied. The Taoist is right. It seems that the only way now is to find the Great Mountain Lord. Hearing this, everyone's body shook and hope appeared in their eyes. Yes, they still had a way, and that was to find the Great Mountain Lord of the 9 mountains. The Great Mountain Lord's origin was very ancient. It was said that he had existed for even longer than the 8 wastelands' 10 regions. If even he could not find a way, then the 8 wastelands' 10 regions were truly hopeless. Xiaoyang nodded, and his eyes shone with hope. Buzz! But at this moment he suddenly felt something warm in his arms. It was a very simple jade pendant. It did not even have any markings. It was simple and natural, and it glowed with light. This is something that Master gave me before I left. Zero. He said that as long as we get close to the Great Mountain Lord, this jade pendant will light up and respond. Xiaoyang's heart trembled, and he was pleasantly surprised. He did not think that he would be so lucky to see the jade pendant light up in such a short time. Didn't that mean that the Great Mountain Master's tracks were nearby and not far from them? Thinking of this, Xiaoyang could not help but feel excited. Noticing this, Gu Wudi's eyes flashed. The others were also shocked and asked, "Could it be that the Great Mountain Lord's place of seclusion is nearby?" Xiaoyang nodded. "That should be right. This is the jade pendant that Master gave me. He said that it has the Great Mountain Lord's aura. When we get close to him, it will respond." However, the 8 wastelands were millions of miles away. He was not sure how close this distance was, so he could only judge based on the light of the jade pendant. Then they quickened their pace and headed deeper into the wastelands. The many ferocious beasts could not stop them. Half a month later, in the depths of the wastelands, there were mountains and lakes embedded in the ground. There were streams flowing like jade ribbons, and colorful mist lingered in the air. There were also some golden fields and houses crisscrossing ravines, and it was like a paradise. The scene here shocked Xiaoyang, Gu Wudi, and the others. This did not look like a big tribe, but there was a spiritual aura. It was completely different from the tribes they had encountered on the way. Beside the slow stream, they even saw a few beautiful, fair-skinned women rolling up their sleeves and messing with their clothes. It should be. The great mountain, Lord, must be here. The people here have spirituality, although they have not cultivated. Their chi and blood are much stronger than ordinary people. Xiao Yang took out the jade pendant, secretly excited. He felt that his many days of hard work had not been in vain. Ordinary. Chapter 506. In the depths of the wasteland, there were mountains, lakes, and rivers like jade. White fog and colorful clouds intertwined, creating a dense fog. This tribe was not very big, with less than 100 households. It was surrounded by fences, as if it was aloof from worldly affairs. When Xiao Yang and the others arrived, many children ran out and looked at them curiously, as if they were not afraid of strangers. He looked different from the ordinary people in the tribe. This made Xiao Yang even more certain that the great mountain master was cultivating here. The children here all had a kind of spirituality, clearly because they had been nourished by spirit chi for a long time. Moreover, this place was not attacked by ferocious beasts. It was very likely that there was a mysterious power guarding this place. Then they walked towards the women who were washing their clothes by the stream, wanting to ask about the great mountain master. Xiao Yang and the others did not know what kind of identity the great mountain master had in this tribe. However, they believed that as long as they asked around, they should be able to find out. There was no reason for the great mountain master to avoid them. The most senior person in the tribe. The women looked at each other, not knowing why Xiao Yang, Guwudi, and this group of outsiders suddenly came to ask about this. Wasn't the old clan leader the most senior person in the tribe? Facing this group of powerful cultivators, they did not dare to offend them, so they quickly answered, "The most senior person in the tribe is the old clan leader." Hearing this, Xiao Yang and the others nodded, then said happily, "You don't have to worry, we have no ill intentions. We're here to find someone." "Where is your old clan leader now?" he asked hurriedly. "The old clan leader passed away a few days ago. If you want to find him, you're too late." A more muscular middle-aged man walked over and stared at them warily. "Passed away?" Xiao Yang and the others were stunned, not daring to believe it. How could someone like the great mountain master pass away so easily? There must be a mistake somewhere. But wasn't the jade pendant in his hand still glowing? The great mountain master should be someone else who is related to this tribe. Guwudi glanced at the tribe in front of him with a strange look in his eyes. Hearing this, Xiao Yang was also stunned. Then he reacted. The great mountain chieftain should be related to this tribe. If you want to find the oldest person, you should go to the mountain behind us. There is a sage-like old man there. Some of our tribe members are sick, so we often go to him. At this time, another old man walked over, holding a walking stick, and said with a trembling voice. However, when he mentioned the mountain behind him, his expression was full of respect. "But you have to be careful. There are ferocious beasts guarding the door on that mountain. If you are not sincere, they will tear it apart." The old man reminded again. Hearing this, Xiao Yang, Guwudi, and the others turned solemn. They couldn't help but look towards the distant mountain shrouded in clouds. That should be where the mountain lord truly lived in seclusion. At the same time, in the White Bone region, it was boundlessly vast, and the territory was boundless. As far as the eye could see, it was all dried up and deathly still land, and numerous terrifying rifts had split open. Here, one could see a vast and mighty gray fog, just like its name. Many white bones were hidden underground, and some mountains were even made of white bones. The bones were white, and it was a deathly gray without waves. It was as if countless lives had fallen here. The creatures here were filled with murderous intent. Any creature who dared to step into this place would be attacked by them. In the sky, two figures quickly descended. In the blink of an eye, they had crossed hundreds of thousands of miles. The White Bone region is indeed desolate. There is a clear difference between it and the other regions. Guchanga and Aada landed on a mountain of white bones here. Looking around with interest, Guchanga felt that the aura of the laws here was very different from that of the other regions. From this, it could be seen that the Bone clan's ancestor's strength was unfathomable. He had already affected the laws of this world. "Master, are you looking for the strongest person here?" Ada asked respectfully. Guchanga narrowed his eyes and looked into the depths of the fog. "Maybe I don't need to look for him." The two of them went all the way into the depths of the white bone region. Their auras were very terrifying. Therefore, even if there were some creatures living in the white bone region here, they did not dare to show themselves. Their bodies and souls could not help but tremble. This was the power of a true strongest, even if they did not do anything. Just by standing there, he could make the nearby living beings prostrate and kowtow to him with just his physical body alone. "How long has it been since someone stepped into our territory? Could it be that the experts from other regions have come to ask for help from our Bone clan's ancestor?" Some gray fog lingered in the mountain peaks, where white bones were piled up. Many members of the Bone clan appeared. When they sensed the terrifying fluctuations in the distance, their faces could not help but turn solemn. Then, secret letters were sent back to the deepest part of the clan through a special method. In a place where the aura was extremely terrifying but the world was dark, a pair of cold and emotionless eyes opened, causing the pressure in this place to become violent. The surrounding creatures could not help but kneel in that direction. "Is it finally here?" he murmured. His words contained unimaginable vicissitudes and some relief. Then the fog here surged, accompanied by a terrifying brilliance. It was like black lightning striking down, dividing the chaos. A stooped figure walked out. He was wearing a gray robe. Under his sunken eye sockets, there was a faint blue flame burning. In terms of appearance, Bone Ancestor looked more like a skeleton. There was no flesh on his body. However, this skeleton contained an unimaginably terrifying aura. It flickered with a luster like black jade, and there were some supreme patterns on it. With a wave of his robe, the void in front of him suddenly collapsed, forming a passage. With a step, he appeared in front of Guchanga. "Bone Ancestor greets, young master." The old man said respectfully. A faintly discernible aura appeared on his body. Guchanga raised his eyes and looked at the gray-robed old man who appeared out of thin air. The moment the fluctuations came from this place, he guessed the other party's identity. Bone clan's ancestor? Guchanga sized up the other party. From the fluctuations of this aura, he was many times stronger than ordinary Dao attainments. However, he was still far from the immortal Dao domain. However, he was worthy of being a supreme existence who had occupied the White Bone region for so many years. This made him quite satisfied. "That's me. I've been waiting for young master here for a long time," Bone Ancestor said. At the same time, he was also sizing up Guchanga. This was the first time he saw the rumored young Master Gu. He could only say that he lived up to his reputation. He even felt a sense of danger. "Oh, you've been waiting for me for a long time? Did you know that I would come looking for you?" Guchanga's expression did not change. He smiled faintly. Bone Ancestor nodded. "I heard that young master fought many Dao attainments outside the Empyrean Abyss. I guessed that you would come to the 8 Desolates, 10 regions in the near future. However, I didn't expect you to come so quickly. I was preparing to offer the heads of the entire Guardian clan. There are also traces of the few fish that escaped the net back then." He was not lying. When he heard the news outside the Empyrean Abyss, he guessed that Guchanga would definitely come to the White Bone region when the time came. After all, the entire Bone clan was a hidden weapon planted by the Longevity Gu clan in the 8 Desolates, 10 regions. There was no reason why Guchanga would not use it. The Longevity Gu clan was once the main clan of Bone Ancestor. He knew how terrifying it was. The foundation that was revealed in the upper realm was only the tip of the iceberg. It was even more about the strength hidden in the upper realm. That was why he was unwilling to give up this opportunity to return to the upper realm. Very good. I can see that you are a smart person. Hearing this, Guchanga nodded with satisfaction. A smile also appeared on Bone Ancestor's face. You flatter me, young master. I'm just doing what I should do. Don't worry. My clan will naturally agree to what I promised your clan. A faint smile appeared on Guchanga's face. I have never doubted the words of the main clan, Bone Ancestor replied respectfully. He knew how powerful and terrifying the Longevity Gu clan was. If it were not for the Bone clan and the 8 Desolates 10 regions, he would not be able to talk to the Longevity Gu clan in this lifetime. How could the Longevity Gu clan go back on their word? Then Bone Ancestor appeared and gathered all the high-ranking members of the Bone clan, ready to announce a major event. The White Bone Palace was the place where the Bone clan patriarch usually discussed important matters. However, now that Bone Ancestor had awakened, he gathered many high-ranking members. Even the Bone clan patriarch stood respectfully behind him. In terms of seniority, there were too many existences in the palace who were older than him. The palace was shrouded in chaotic fog, with large stars bobbing up and down, like a vast universe. Many Bone clan members had solemn expressions, thinking that something big was about to happen because the number of times Bone Ancestor had awakened over the years was very limited. The last time it was revived was 50 million years ago. Even when the upper realm invaded, they did not see Bone Ancestor awaken. It seems that the upper realm's invasion this time has caused Bone Ancestor to awaken. We have to prepare in advance. The situation is not good. The other clans in the 8 Desolates 10 regions, such as the cultivators of the Cloud Pool region and the Chilia region, are all looking for opportunities to evacuate to other places. Could it be that Bone Ancestor has awakened to talk about this matter? Many people stood in the palace, both men and women. They were very old, and their auras were surging and vast. At this moment, they could not help but guess in their hearts. Where's Anaishang? Why don't I see her? A very ancient existence of the Bone race glanced at the people in the hall and asked in a strange tone. I heard that Anaishang went to visit Bone Ancestor some time ago and was arranged to do something. Another ancient existence replied, a strange light flashing in his eyes. From the outside, they were not much different from humans, but what they showed was not their true form. Anaishang was a peerless genius of the Bone clan who had achieved Dao 80 million years ago. The clan had entrusted her with important tasks many times, and even the current patriarch had been taught by her. I see. Many of the Bone clan members nodded in understanding. Just as they were guessing and discussing, the sound of footsteps came from outside the palace. Feeling the aura of Bone Ancestor, the people in the palace turned around and were about to bow respectfully. However, when they saw the figure walking in, their expressions froze and their pupils constricted. Some of the clansmen even widened their eyes in disbelief. They wondered if they had seen wrongly. It's him. Guchanga. Why is he here? Has the upper realm already killed his way here? Someone's voice trembled slightly as he recognized the young man who walked in. It was obvious that he had been to Skydeer City and had seen Guchanga's true appearance in the battle between the 8 Desolates 10 regions and the upper realm. He had a deep impression of Guchanga, so he recognized Guchanga immediately. They were even more confused as to why the Bone Ancestor would follow Guchanga and even stay half a step behind her. At this moment, all the clansmen of the Bone clan were tense. Terrifying auras intertwined and filled the palace, and they were very wary and vigilant. Young master, please. However, Guchanga and Bone Ancestor did not care about the expressions of the people in the palace. Bone Ancestor's eyes were dignified as he glanced at all the clansmen, indicating that they should not be presumptuous. Only then did he lead the way and lead Gu Changa to the main seat. This scene stunned the clansmen of the Bone clan. For a moment, they could not understand what was happening. Why was Bone Ancestor so respectful to Gu Changa? As the leader of the Upper Realm, Gu Changa stood on the opposite side of the 8 Desolates' 10 regions. The number of creatures from the 8 Desolates' 10 regions that died directly or indirectly at his hands was uncountable. Gu Changa nodded slightly and naturally sat at the head of the table. She glanced at everyone below with interest. Bone Ancestor stood beside him. At this moment, he knew what everyone in the palace was thinking, but he did not blame them. Because he had only told a few people about the origin of the Bone clan, it was normal that they did not know. Bone Ancestor, what is going on? Some of the ancient existences asked with a trembling voice, unable to understand what was happening today. Could it be that the Bone clan was also planning to surrender to the Upper Realm? In fact, I have called you all here today to explain this matter. It is related to the origin of my clan. In fact, my clan was a subordinate clan of the Immortal Gu clan in the Upper Realm. Because we made a mistake, we were banished to the desolate world. Today, the main clan has given us a chance to return to the Upper Realm and return to our homeland. Bone Ancestor's face was dignified and his words were cold. The moment it spread, it was like a thunderclap, exploding in everyone's ears. For a moment, everyone was stunned. It was hard to imagine. What? So this is the origin of my clan. This was too unbelievable. Before this, they did not dare to imagine it at all. The Bone clan had such an origin. They did not doubt Bone Ancestor's words. Because Bone Ancestor was the leader of the Bone clan, it could be said that he was the ancestor of everyone. His words naturally represented indescribable trust. In this way, it also explained why Bone Ancestor had such a respectful attitude towards Gu Changa. Soon the hall quieted down. Once they accepted this fact, their attitude towards Gu Changa changed a lot. Faintly, they even felt that this time the Upper Realm's conquest of the 8 Desolates' 10 regions had little to do with them. As long as they clung to the immortal Gu clan and Gu Changa's thighs, what was there to care about the so-called invasion of the Upper Realm? Moreover, they were originally from the Upper Realm, and their homeland was in the Upper Realm. On the contrary, all these years, they had been lying in wait in the 8 Desolates' 10 regions as a hidden chess piece, and they felt that they had to endure humiliation to carry out an important mission. Now that the young master has come to our clan, it is a good opportunity for our clan to perform. You must seize this opportunity. If we can get the young master's appreciation when we return to the Upper Realm, won't it be easy for us to achieve great success? Bone Ancestor was very satisfied with the reaction of his clansmen. After saying these words, he began to give out orders for the guardian bloodline. Apart from that, Bone Ancestor did not just simply occupy the White Bone region in the 8 Desolates' 10 regions. Some spies and arrangements could play a big role at this moment. With this reason, it was much more convenient for the Immortal Gu clan to conquer the other major regions. However, after Gu Changa left, he had already handed the matter of conquering the other major regions to the rest of his clansmen. According to the message sent by my clansmen and I4, 9 Shang, the fish that escaped from the Guardians, are now in the Western Victory region. More than 20 years ago, I sent an Shang to destroy the Guardians, but many of them still managed to escape. Some time ago, I had a feeling and speculated that the Guardians seemed to be affected by some kind of power and almost suffered a backlash. After that, Bone Ancestor dismissed his clansmen. His expression was slightly solemn as he told Gu Changa another matter. During this time, he speculated again, but it was still the same as before. There was no result, and he almost suffered a backlash. Therefore, he guessed that there might be another powerful force beside the surviving clansmen of the Guardians. However, he still could not figure out what this force was. Some kind of force? Gu Changa raised his eyebrows. As far as he knew, other than Xiaoyang, no one else from the Guardians had shown up yet. As for Xiaoyang's backer, the second mountain master of the 9 great mountains, he was still imprisoned by him. According to the news from Guwudi, Xiaoyang and the others had not found where the mountain master was. This meant that the power that the bone ancestor had deduced most likely came from another guardian bloodline. Yes, that force is very obscure. However, if it was at its peak, it should be much stronger than me. Bone ancestor nodded, his gaze serious. Could it be Xiao Yang's clansmen? In the Western Victory region? Gu Changa's interest was piqued. If his premonition was correct, this was probably related to the son of destiny again. Now, there were 2 children of fate in the 8 desolates' 10 regions. One was Lin Wu, and the other was Xiaoyang. Zhao Yunze, who was killed by him, was at most a person with great luck. He was not a child of fate at all. In the Western Victory region, and Aishang is already investigating. Now we have a lot of clues. Do you want to go and take a look? Bone Ancestor asked respectfully. The Western Victory region was one of the top regions among the 8 regions. Its territory was boundless, and there were many ancient clans. Chapter 507. Xixing Region, Crimson South City. As an extremely famous ancient city in the Xixing region, it was close to 1,000,000 miles in size and could accommodate hundreds of millions of people. The entire ancient city was majestic, with rows upon rows of palaces and pavilions. The sky was shrouded in clouds, with divine mountains and immortal islands floating and silver waterfalls falling. It was extremely prosperous. Today, Deer City was breached, and the Upper Realms army marched straight in. Various orthodoxies and sects sent their armies to kill everywhere. Xixing region was relatively remote, so it was not affected by the war. However, these days, it was still not peaceful. People everywhere were anxious, and some clans began to evacuate. There were 4 major clans in Crimson South City. Among them, the Yen clan was in charge of the city, and their influence was the oldest. The current city, Lord of Crimson South City, was also the leader of the Yen clan. 3 of the other 4 major clans, although they were not as old as the Yen clan, were also well-known clans in Crimson South City. They had always followed the Yen clan's lead. This time, Crimson South City did not participate in the war with the Upper Realm. With this city's power, it was insignificant. Fortunately, until now, this place was still quite peaceful, and it was not noticed by the orthodoxies of the Upper Realm. Apart from the 4 major clans, there were other clans of various sizes in Crimson South City. For example, the Luo clan was one of the more medium-sized clans in Crimson South City. They had been around for hundreds of thousands of years, and there was a quasi-supreme in the clan. These days, the Luo clan was decorated with lanterns and decorations. Red lanterns were hung everywhere, and it was very lively and festive. Some clans that had good relations with the Luo clan also came to send congratulatory gifts. Although the 8 desolates and 10 regions were in danger now, during such a festive time, they still had to follow the etiquette and express their blessings. After all, the young master of the Luo clan was about to get married. Although it was not a big event in the city, it was still considered a joyous occasion in the surrounding areas. However, when the Luo clan was mentioned, many cultivators and living beings reacted immediately. It was the young master of the Luo clan, Luo Feng. He was a rather peculiar character in the surrounding areas. It was said that the young master of the Luo clan was born mentally retarded. For more than 20 years, he was in a state of delirium, not to mention cultivation. He even needed a maid to take care of his daily life. The Luo clan had invited 12 famous miracle doctors in the area to check on him many times, and found no problems with Luo Feng and his soul. However, even if he was in a confused state of mind, no matter how many elixirs he ate, there was no effect at all. Over time, the foolish young master of the Luo clan became a topic of ridicule for many people in the vicinity. But now, the marriage of the young master of the Luo clan made many people around, especially the younger generation, sigh. This kind of feeling was like a fresh flower being inserted into cow dung and a fairy being tainted by filth. It could be said that it was painful and hateful. However, this was something that she was willing to do. Even if they felt that it was a pity, there was nothing they could do. That was because the person who had married Luo Feng was none other than the Luo clan's adopted daughter, Luo Ying. In the entire Crimson South City, Luo Ying could be said to be extremely beautiful. She was a well-deserved goddess in the hearts of many of the younger generation. Even in terms of cultivation talent, he was extremely strong. Among the younger generation, it was difficult to find a match. As for Luo Ying's life experience, it was also quite rough, causing many people to feel pity for her. It was said that the Luo clan had met him in the wild. Seeing that he was all alone and had no relatives, they adopted him. In the blink of an eye, more than 20 years had passed. Luo Ying had also grown into a slender and elegant woman, as beautiful as a lotus. Coincidentally, the Luo clan was worried about the marriage of their young master, Luo Feng. After all, Luo Feng was almost 20 years old. None of the large families in the vicinity were willing to marry their daughters to him. After all, Luo Feng was known to be a fool. To marry a fool! Although he was the young master of the Luo clan, such an action was tantamount to pushing their daughter into a fire pit. However, the Luo clan looked down on those families that were willing. They felt that those families were too weak and did not match their status. In the end, when the entire Luo clan was in distress, Luo Ying, who had grown up with Luo Feng, stood up and decided to marry Luo Feng to repay the kindness of the Luo clan for raising her for more than 20 years. This caused quite a stir, causing many of the younger generation who secretly admired Luo Ying to be envious and jealous. The goddess in their hearts was marrying a fool. Wasn't this a joke? However, such a thing had truly happened. Furthermore, it had happened in the past few days. The entire Luo clan was decorated with lanterns and colored banners for this wedding. It was quite a festive occasion. It also caused quite a stir in Crimson South City. Many families were paying attention to this matter. Miss, you don't have to do this. Master and Madam are very good to you and treat you like their own daughter. However, if you do this, you will ruin the rest of your life. Although young Master Luo Feng is a good person, he is still a fool. With your talent and status, how can you marry a fool? At this moment, in a quiet and elegant courtyard in the Luo clan, a woman in a lavender dress was doing her makeup in front of a mirror. She had a thin layer of makeup on her face. Her face was beautiful. Her hair was like a waterfall, and her shoulders were delicate. She was a rare beauty. Behind her, the maid who was gently combing her hair was muttering in dissatisfaction. You don't have to say more about this. This is my decision. Me marrying Luo Feng is also an answer to Uncle and Madam. Moreover, I have a lot of responsibilities on my shoulders. Marrying Luo Feng is a good choice. The woman in the purple dress was Luo Ying. At this moment, she was a little absent-minded, but she quickly recovered and said with a complicated expression, to the outside world, she was marrying Luo Feng to repay the Luo clan for raising her all these years. However, she actually had other plans. If her future husband was a normal person, he might discover these secrets. In this way, her revenge plan would be ruined and it would be easier to attract the attention of her enemies. Luo Feng was a suitable candidate. The reason why she was adopted by the Luo clan more than 20 years ago was actually all part of her plan and arrangement. Over the years, she had tried her best to not attract too much attention and kept a low profile. She was afraid that the enemy from more than 20 years ago would find her again. Fortunately, the Xixing territory was very vast and there were many ancient cities. There were also countless small families like the Luo clan. Up until now, no one had found any trace of her. For the time being, she was still safe. Hearing this, the maid's expression turned serious. Then she said solemnly, I understand, miss. Obviously, the maid in front of her was Luo Ying's confidant. Otherwise, she would not have said so much to her. Tomorrow is the wedding day, but I don't know why, but I feel a little uneasy. Is it because the upper realm attacked Tianlu City? Or is it because I have no clue about the enemies who destroyed my clan? Luo Ying shook her head and sighed. She seemed to be troubled. When she mentioned her enemies, there was a flash of hatred. However, her expression quickly returned to normal. "Miss, don't worry. With me here, there shouldn't be any accidents at this wedding." At this moment, the voice of an old man came from the void behind Luoying. Luoying heard this and nodded. More than 20 years ago, the clan behind her was attacked by an unknown enemy overnight. Almost all of the clan members died tragically. The fire burned until now and had not been extinguished. Only a few people managed to escape. She still remembered this grudge. Every day, she reminded herself to avenge her clan members. All these years, she had been secretly accumulating strength to organize the clan members who had escaped. At the same time, she set up a backup plan to investigate this matter. However, until now, she still had no clue. Perhaps this wedding can be an opportunity. Luo Ying's expression gradually darkened as she thought of a plan. As for Luo Feng, to her, he was just an insignificant person who could cover up her identity. Of course, because of her adoptive parents, she still had some feelings for Luo Feng. However, this feeling was only that of a sibling. Luo Ying still remembered that she had a baby brother who was still in his infancy. Now, she did not know whether he was alive or not. Just as the Luo clan was decorated with lanterns and decorations, it was extremely festive in another extremely magnificent mansion in Crimson South City. The entire Yen family seemed to be extremely depressed. The Yen clan's oldest and most powerful ancestor, who was already a quasi-emperor, was here today. However, his attitude and expression were extremely respectful and did not dare to show the slightest disrespect. The rest of the upper echelons of the Yen clan, such as the head of the Yen clan, the elders, and the young master, were still standing there respectfully and did not even dare to breathe. In front of them stood a tall woman in a black dress. Her skin was as white as snow, and her hair was as black as ink. Her facial features were exquisite and beautiful, and there was a red veil between her eyebrows. However, she was as cold as an iceberg. Even the air was filled with a bone-chilling aura, causing people to involuntarily shiver when they stood in front of her. It was obvious that this was an extremely powerful and terrifying person who had attained the Tao. Just by standing there, she seemed to be about to crack open the sky. This was under the condition that her aura was concealed. "I dare not hide anything from you. These are the people in Crimson South City who are the most suitable for you to ask about in the past 20 years. The head of the Yen clan was a rather elegant man, but at this moment he was wiping his cold sweat and handing over many jade scrolls in his hand. The woman in the black dress in front of them came from the White Bone region. She was a Tao enlightened person of the Bone clan, and her cultivation was unfathomable. Naturally, they did not dare to provoke her, not to mention the fact that she was from the Bone clan. Although there were very few people from the Bone clan in the 8 Desolates 10 regions, they dominated a large region. It could be said that it was related to the extremely powerful ancestor who had lived for countless years. The woman in the black dress was Enai Shang. She frowned, and her expression was very cold. Her divine consciousness scanned through the information in the jade scrolls one by one. Although she had a secret method to find the bloodline of the Guardian clan members she had killed, it was difficult to find them. However, it was still difficult to truly lock onto them. They had to narrow down the range before they could be sure. Among the hundreds of millions of people, there were quite a few who matched the person she was looking for. If she looked for them one by one, not only would it be troublesome, but it might also alert the enemy and cause some unnecessary trouble and problems. It seems that I have to choose another method. And Ai Shang quickly put down the jade scrolls and glanced at the people of the Yen clan in front of her. She asked, "Among these people, is there anyone who is more famous?" More famous? The people of the Yen clan looked at each other. The people in the jade scrolls were not cultivators who were born in Crimson South City. They came from other places and were very old. Some had no relatives and were lonely and had no one to rely on. The range was actually very large. When they heard that the woman in the black dress was looking for these people, they were shocked. After all, there were too many cultivators in Crimson South City. The most famous one should be Luoing. The rest of them are not worth paying attention to. At this time, a more handsome young man spoke. He was the young master of the Yen clan. He had cultivated with Luoing in a certain academy and knew that she was very talented. He didn't expect Luoing to be one of the candidates. He didn't even think about it before he said her name. Of course, this was from the younger generation. After all, Luo Ying's appearance and talent were excellent. There were many suitors. The older generation was more confused about this name. They had not heard of it before. Luo Ying, right? And Aishang nodded and paid attention to this name. But at this time, she seemed to have sensed something. She suddenly looked up into the sky. The ancestor of the Yen clan, who had the highest cultivation, felt an inexplicable pressure descend. But it disappeared in a flash. It was as if he had imagined it. But at this moment he was so shocked that he broke out in a cold sweat. His face was pale. The people of the Yen clan did not feel anything. But from the ancestor's expression, they knew that someone extraordinary had suddenly descended on Crimson South City. The ancestor of the Yen clan was still frightened. He could not help but tremble. Although the feeling was only for a moment, it was enough to freeze his soul. At this time, the people of the Yen clan suddenly realized that there were 3 more people in the mansion. The leader was a man in white. He was very handsome and looked very young. There was a sense of transcendence that did not belong to the mortal world. He was very noble and mysterious. There were 2 people behind him. One was old and one was strong. The stronger and taller figure was wearing a dark metal armor. It was as if he had killed his way out of an endless sea of blood. It was very frightening. As for the gray-robed elder, he looked very thin and ordinary. His entire body was covered by a long gray robe. His face could not be seen clearly. However, when he appeared, it made Aishang's expression change drastically. Even the space and time in this world seemed to have stagnated. Such a scene shocked everyone in the Yen clan, but no one dared to speak. They did not even dare to breathe. Those who were more timid already felt their legs turn to jelly as they fell to the ground. "Ancestor, you," Aishang wanted to ask. She did not expect Ancestor Bone to appear personally. This shocked her. She felt that it was unbelievable. The gray-robed elder waved his hand and looked at her. He said calmly, "I'm just following the young master." Hearing this, the people of the Yen clan who were already shocked could not help but tremble. Their primordial spirits were about to explode. Even a person who had attained the Tao called him ancestor. It was obvious who he was, but even he had to personally accompany the young man in front of them. Chapter 508. Inside the Yen clan's residence, the atmosphere was solemn. Everyone stood there carefully, not daring to breathe too loudly. It was as if there was a towering and terrifying demonic mountain before them. Its aura was terrifying, suppressing their souls and making them tremble in fear. The ancestor of the Bone clan had arrived and was accompanying a young man. His attitude was extremely respectful. This made their heads buzz. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they wouldn't have believed it. To know that the ancestor of the Bone clan was a ferocious person who controlled a large territory. No force in the 8 barren territories dared to provoke him. Once, there was a cultivator who wanted to take half of the White Bone region. In the end, he was slapped to death by the ancestor of the Bone clan. His blood splattered everywhere. Such a person's cultivation level was monstrous and could not be measured using common sense. But today he appeared in Red South City, accompanied by a young man. This matter was simply too inconceivable. The identity of this young man was absolutely terrifying. His background was unimaginable. Everyone from the Yen clan felt their scalps tingle. So this is the reason. The woman in black was the Bone clan's heaven's favorite Aishang. She had become a cultivator tens of millions of years ago, and her cultivation level was unfathomable. After hearing what the ancestor of the Bone clan said, she quickly reacted and her expression returned to normal. Then, she stared at Guchanga and guessed his identity. In this world, there was only one person who could be treated so respectfully by the ancestor of the Bone clan. But she didn't expect that Guchanga would personally come to Red South City. And Aishang greets the young master. Then she bowed, but the expression on her face was still calm and indifferent. Guchanga smiled and nodded slightly. He didn't care much about her attitude. No need to be so polite. I just saw you looking for the fish that escaped the net. Do you have any clues? He asked casually, though the White Bone region and the Western Victory region were very far apart and there were many territories in between. But with his and the ancestor of the Bone clan strength, it didn't take long for them to arrive here. Along the way, the ancestor of the Bone clan had already mentioned an Aishang. This woman was the most talented person in Ancestor Bone's countless years. It was only a matter of time before she surpassed him. Therefore, Ancestor Bone had told an Aishang about the origin of the Bone race. Just now, Guchanga happened to see the scene of an Aishang investigating the Guardians, and his interest was piqued. Reporting to young master, I have some clues. I used the bloodline of that clan to deduce, and finally found Red South City. I can confirm that the remnants are in Red South City, but the range is quite large. Currently, we don't know where exactly the remnants of that clan are hiding. And Aishang answered in detail, very concise and concise. Guchanga nodded slightly and said casually, "Is that so? Since it's in Crimson South City, then this matter is easy to handle. If we really can't find it, then we'll just slaughter the entire city." "Yes, young master." Hearing this, an Aishang and Ancestor Bone did not have much of a reaction. To them, massacring a city was not a big deal. With their strength, they could do it with a wave of their hand. But seeing how Guchanga casually decided the fate of the entire Red South City, as if it was as easy as stepping on a small ant, the Yen clan members were terrified. Their faces turned pale, and they could not help but tremble. They were obviously terrified to the extreme. They did not even dare to guess Guchanga's identity. Of course, that's the worst-case scenario. Do I look like someone who would kill the innocent? Guchanga glanced at the pale Yen clan members and smiled faintly. Although he said so, the Yen clan members could not help but tremble. Their primordial spirits were cold. "Young master, please rest assured. I am the ancestor of Red South City. My words carry a certain amount of weight in this city. If you want to find someone, just say the word. Even if I have to dig 3 feet into the ground, I will find that person." At this time, the ancestor of the Yen clan suppressed the fear in his heart and said with a trembling voice. The rest of the Yen clan members nodded in agreement. They were very worried that the fire at the city gate would affect the fish in the moat. If the Upper World's army does not even have time to attack, the Red South City will be destroyed by this person first. Then it will be too late for regrets. "Oh, if that's the case, then I'm relieved." Guchanga smiled disapprovingly. He did not believe that the Guardian's bloodline could be hidden until now. After that, an Aishang reported to Guchanga all the things she had investigated in the past few days, no matter how big or small. "You are very capable. Were you also responsible for the destruction of that bloodline?" After Guchanga heard this, he looked at an Aishang with admiration. Whether it was in terms of strength or ability, she was far superior to those beautiful vases of the heavens. "Yes, it's a pity that some people manage to escape." And Aishang nodded. She was neither servile nor overbearing. She did not respect Guchanga as much as the ancestor of Bones. "It's not a big problem. Since it's a fish that slipped through the net, it will eventually reveal itself." Guchanga smiled and did not take her little mistake to heart. If there were no fish that escaped, how could there be Xiaoyang today? Seeing this, the smile on the ancestor of Bones' face grew wider. If an Aishang could be appreciated by Guchanga, it was naturally a good thing for him. My years of nurturing an Aishang were not in vain. He sighed in his heart. For a person like Gu Changa, he had seen all kinds of girls. It was obviously impossible to move him with looks. Therefore, it could only be from the aspect of ability. Looking at the current situation, what Anaishang did was still satisfactory to Gu Changa. Then Anaishang will investigate one by one according to the markings on the jade scroll. Anaishang noticed the ancestor of Bone's expression and knew that he wanted her to perform well in front of Gu Changa. Therefore, after thinking for a while, she decided to take this opportunity to find the remaining members of the Guardian's bloodline. Actually, there's no need. Do you still have the blood of that bloodline in your hands? However, Gu Changa shook his head. There was a strange look in his eyes. He had other plans. Judging from the results of Anaishang's search in Crimson South City, she should have the blood of the Guardian's bloodline in her hands, or other things related to that bloodline, thus deducing a certain exact location. Back then, I did collect a lot of blood of that clan to explore the secrets of their bloodline. However, I didn't find anything in these years. I took this opportunity to burn a few drops of blood and deduce to Crimson South City. Anaishang was stunned for a moment before replying. That's good. Gu Changa nodded. He had the primordial purple mirror in his hands, which had an indescribable mystery in terms of deduction. If he had the blood of the Guardian's bloodline, he could use the primordial purple mirror to deduce. Then, Anaishang took out a few drops of sparkling and translucent blood from a sealed jade jar. Gu Changa waved his sleeves and ignited the few drops of blood to activate the primordial purple mirror. On the originally blurry surface, there was suddenly a flash of brilliance, followed by an image appearing. At the same time, karma lines that only he could see flashed between heaven and earth and then quickly disappeared. Soon, a few grand and ancient palaces appeared on the primordial purple mirror. The vermilion door was tall and exuded a majestic aura. In front of the mansion, there was a large Luo character that was written in a dragon-like manner. It had an inexplicable aura. However, this scene only appeared for a moment before quickly dissipating and returning to silence. Luo. How many people with the surname Luo are there in the entire Crimson South City? Noticing this scene, Gu Changa kept the primordial purple mirror with some interest. Anaishang and Ancestor Bone were still amazed by the mystery of Gu Changa's treasure. Hearing this, Anaishang thought of something and said, "There was a person with the surname Luo in the Jade Scroll just now. He left a deep impression on me." "Oh, what's his name?" Gu Changa raised his eyebrows slightly. If he was not wrong, then this person should be the survivor of the Guardian's bloodline that he was looking for this time. However, he did not know how the Son of Destiny was related to him. Luo Ing, Anaishang said. Then, she called the young master of the Yen clan, Yen Ming, over. Previously, it was Yen Ming who told her about this. The young master of the Yen clan, Yen Ming, was a tall and handsome young man. He was also one of the top young talents in Crimson South City. Although he was very afraid of Gu Changa and the others, he maintained his calm at this moment and replied, "Luo Ing is the adopted daughter of the Luo clan. It is said that they saved her in the wild more than 20 years ago. Seeing that she was alone and had no one to rely on, they took pity on her and adopted her. I used to cultivate in the same academy as Luo Ing and know that she is very talented. The cultivation that she has shown may only be the tip of the iceberg." He answered honestly and did not dare to hide anything. He had even trained with Luo Ing before. The two of them were brother and sister. He used to have feelings for Luo Ing. However, after being rejected by her, he gradually gave up. Now that Gu Changa and the others asked about Luo Ing, he did not dare to hide anything. At this time, he did not dare to joke about the life and death of his clan and all the living beings in Crimson South City. More than 20 years, alone and without anyone to rely on. She is even an adopted daughter? After Gu Changa heard this, he fell into deep thought. Now he was almost certain that Luo Ing was the fish that escaped the net. However, if it was only Luo Ing, Why did the ancestor of the Bone clan almost suffer a backlash during the deduction? There must be something else hidden in this. These days, the Luo clan is holding a wedding banquet. The foolish young master of the Luo clan, Luo Feng, is about to marry the adopted daughter of the Luo clan, Luo Ying. Soon, Yan Ming talked about another matter, and he could not hide the envy in his words. The goddess he had once adored was now going to marry a fool. Almost all the younger generation in Crimson South City had the same feelings as him. They were jealous and envious. Foolish young master. Hearing this, Gu Changa could not help but have a strange look in his eyes. It seemed that this special situation should be happening to the foolish young master of the Luo clan. Generally speaking, it was very likely that a good-for-nothing or a fool from a clan was hiding a big identity. And awakening this so-called identity or memory required an opportunity. This marriage might be an opportunity for them to get married. Although Gu Changa had not seen the young master of the Luo clan with his own eyes, it should be similar to his guess. This time, the son of destiny might be the last hope of the 8 desolates, 10 regions. Foolish young master? Interesting. You and Luo Ying are brother and sister. Don't you have other thoughts about her? Seeing her marry a fool like this? Then Gu Changa smiled faintly and looked at Yan Ming, who was standing in front of him respectfully and restrained, and said with interest, since he guessed that Luo Feng was the son of destiny this time, this matter was easy to handle. However, before he found out the truth, he would not know whether Luo Feng was really a fool or pretending to be one, or whether he had some unknown conspiracy. Gu Changa decided to test first to avoid alerting the enemy. He had plenty of time. Of course, before that, this young master of Crimson South City could be used. Hearing this, Yan Ming was stunned. He did not understand why Gu Changa said this to him. However, he did not dare to hide anything and immediately said, Young master, when I heard that junior sister Luo Ying was going to marry a fool, I was very angry and envious. But as the young master of Crimson South City, I can't say anything about the Luo clan's family matters. Naturally, I can't interfere. Since you're unwilling, why don't I give you a chance? Tomorrow, when the Luo clan marries, you will go and steal the bride. How about it? Gu Changa smiled faintly. His smile was somewhat thought-provoking. When Yan Ming heard this, he was stunned and could not react. Although he had thought about stealing the bride, with his status, how could he do it? However, at this moment, in front of Gu Changa, he did not dare to refuse. He could only brace himself and agree. Thank you for giving me this opportunity. Although he said so, he was still a little excited in his heart. The ancestor of the Bone clan and An Aishang did not expect that Gu Changa would let Yan Ming steal the bride. Could it be that the Luo clan was hiding some unknown secret? Don't worry, I will go with you. I won't let you do it unjustly. When you go tomorrow, pick a woman from your clan to compensate the young master of the Luo clan. After all, for a fool this is enough. I think the Luo clan will not say much. Maybe they will even be grateful to you. Gu Changa said, casually with a faint smile on his face. He did not feel that there was anything wrong with what he was doing. This kind of drama of marrying a fool to a young master. Shouldn't it be that a young master jumped out to steal the bride? Give him an opportunity to awaken his memory. I understand. Thank you, young master. Yan Ming nodded very seriously. He was not stupid. He knew what Gu Changa meant. Luo Ying should have a hidden identity. But this identity had not been exposed yet. As the young master of the Crimson South City, his only use to Gu Changa was to test Luo Ying. He did not think that Gu Changa would really let him steal Luo Ying. In the blink of an eye, it was the next day. In the Luo Manor, it was a lively and festive scene. Lanterns and streamers were hung, and the sound of gongs and drums filled the air. Many guests gathered and filled the entire hall. As a medium-sized family in the Crimson South City, the Luo clan had a lot of prestige in the surrounding dozens of miles. Now, the guests who came to the wedding banquet were all big shots in the Crimson South City. Even the master that Luo Ying had once worshipped when she was cultivating in the Myriad Daos Academy came personally. That master of hers was a true supreme being, whose cultivation was extremely profound and terrifying. Even in the Crimson South City, he was an invincible existence that could dominate a region. No one dared to disrespect him. Many forces and families rushed to the Luo clan to attend the wedding banquet of Luo Ying and the young master of the Luo clan, Luo Feng, out of respect for her master. In the hall, many guests were gathered. Luo Feng's parents and other relatives were at the head of the table, welcoming everyone with smiles on their faces. Although the upper realm was now in a chaotic period of war in the 8 desolates and 10 regions, the flames of war had not yet spread here. For small forces like them, this war did not have much to do with them. After all, it was difficult for them to do anything with their strength. Congratulations, it is Luo Feng's good fortune to be able to marry Miss Luo Ying. Not only is Miss Luo Ying talented, but she is also smart and beautiful. Her future is limitless. I am envious of her. After many guests presented their congratulatory gifts, they praised her. Many people's gazes fell on the center of the hall, especially the younger generation. They were filled with uneasiness, envy, and jealousy. A tall woman with a red veil on her head and a phoenix coronet stood quietly in the center of the hall. Although her face could not be seen clearly, one could imagine that she was absolutely beautiful at this moment. She was one of the protagonists of this wedding banquet, Luo Ying. Next to Luo Ying, there was a young man who looked quite clean and delicate. He was also wearing a red wedding dress. However, his eyes were unfocused as he looked ahead and laughed foolishly. From time to time, saliva would drip from the corner of his mouth. A maid beside him held a clean, embroidered handkerchief in her hand and wiped it away when she saw this. Although this scene looked a little sloppy and spoiled the mood, it was obvious that many guests in the hall were used to it and did not find it strange. Instead, they felt sorry for Luo Ying. From now on, she was going to marry such a fool. This was something that would cause one to sigh and lament. It was even more unbearable than the death of a beautiful woman. Thank you for your attendance today. I did not expect to be able to invite so many people to my son's wedding banquet. The Luo clan master, who was the father of the main character of today's wedding banquet, said with a smile and cupped his hands toward all the guests, especially the silver-haired old woman on the other side. She was much more respectful. Although he was Luo Ying's adoptive father, this silver-haired old woman was a supreme being of the Myriad Daos Academy. Her cultivation was unfathomable. He could not help but respect her. But it's been hard on you, Ying, or the Luo clan master felt a little guilty toward Luo Ying. If she did not marry Luo Feng, Luo Ying would definitely have a bright future. She might even break through the saint stage and become a supreme being. Hearing this, a gentle and moving voice came from under the red veil. Uncle, you are treating me like an outsider. You have raised Ying for more than 20 years. I also watched brother Luo Feng grow up. How can I bear to see him like this? Luo Ying said softly. Her tone was very gentle, as if she did not care about this. Hearing this, the Luo clan master could not help but laugh. He was extremely satisfied with his daughter-in-law Luo Ying. If Feng's strange illness can be cured, that would be great. Then he sighed and looked at Luo Feng, who was drooling beside him. He felt a little helpless. He had looked for all the miracle doctors to find the cause of such a strange illness, but he could not find the slightest cause. As time passed, he could only ignore it. Did I see wrongly? However, he suddenly exclaimed softly, as if he was a little shocked. He looked at Luo Feng carefully. Just now, he seemed to have noticed that Luo Feng's eyes moved. It was no longer as unfocused as before. However, when he looked again, Luo Feng still looked the same as before. His expression was confused and blurry. This made the Luo clan master suspect that his eyes were playing tricks on him. He felt that Luo Feng seemed to be a little different, but he did not know if it was an illusion. Clan master, The young city Lord Yenming is here to attend the banquet. At this moment, outside the hall, a servant suddenly ran in and reported in a panic. Young city lord? When these words were heard, there was a small commotion in the hall. Many guests were a little shocked. The Yen clan was the largest clan in Crimson South City. Their young city, Lord Yenming's status, was very noble. According to the Luo clan's status, they could not invite him. Why would he suddenly attend the banquet at this time? Although they were puzzled, it did not stop the people in the hall from getting up to welcome him. After all, he was the young city lord of Crimson South City. In terms of status, they usually could not come into contact with him. Chapter 509. In the Xixing region, while the Luo clan was holding their wedding banquet in Crimson South City. In the depths of the great desolate mountains, who knew how many billions of miles away, Xiaoyang and Gu Wudi finally found the great mountain chieftain. Immortal fog covered the land. The mountains were surrounded by green orchids, and celestial herbs were everywhere. They could even see the auspicious purple fog. In the mountains there was a simple thatched hut next to a waterfall, and there was a small pond. An old man in a white robe with a sage-like demeanor was fishing by the pond. However, his eyes were closed as if he was taking a nap. However, from the pond in front of them, Xiaoyang, Guwudi, and the others could see many chaotic scenes of war and war. This was a mysterious and indescribable divine power. Even though he was here, he knew what was happening in the world. This made them admire him immensely. Greetings, Mountain Master. Xiaoyang, Guwudi, and the others were almost certain that the white-robed old man in front of them was the mysterious Mountain Master. He was also the person they had been looking for. I already know why you are here. The Mountain Master opened his eyes. He did not say anything, but his eyes were empty and looked a little scary. Xiaoyang and the others were shocked. They did not expect the Mountain Master to be blind. The upper world invaded, and the 9 mountains were destroyed. The 9 mountains' immortal seal was also lost. Master, the second Mountain Master, is also missing. Tianlu City has fallen, and the 8 Desolates' 10 regions are now without a leader. We need you to take charge of everything, however. Xiaoyang still spoke, his face full of sincerity. He also wanted to ask the Mountain Master about his bloodline, but there were outsiders here, so it was not convenient to ask. I already know about your situation. After your old friend, you should still have relatives in this world. The world is unfair, and the deserted world is in chaos. I should go and see my old friends. The Mountain Master looked at Xiaoyang and spoke softly. But for some reason, Xiaoyang, Guwudi, and the others couldn't help but shudder. They felt that the Mountain Lord was not as aloof as they thought. Instead, he exuded an aura that sent chills down their backs. Then the Mountain Lord waved his sleeves. With a buzzing sound, it was as if some kind of natural law had descended. Then, under the horrified gazes of Xiaoyang, Guwudi, and the others, the more than 607 mountains, great lakes, deep valleys, and even some nearby tribes were instantly reduced to ashes. In an instant, this place had become a real desert. Illusory and real, real and illusory. When can we reach that stage? The great Mountain Master shook his head and sighed. Xiaoyang and company were so shocked that they were speechless. Could it be that everything they saw along the way was an illusion? Or was it all created by the Mountain Lord? In that case, just how terrifying and unfathomable was his cultivation level? Let's go. The Mountain Lord did not intend to explain too much to them. A crack appeared in the space in front of him, and he led them into it. Mountain Lord, where are we going? Xiaoyang couldn't help but ask. He didn't understand why the Mountain Lord didn't tell them anything. He didn't even ask about their plans or motives. Go look for your clansmen. Don't you want to know the origin of your bloodline? The Mountain Lord calmly replied. Why did the young city lord come to this wedding? At this moment in the Luo clan's hall, the Luo clan master was also stunned. He didn't know why the young city lord came to this wedding at this time. Logically speaking, How could a small clan like the Luo clan be worthy of Yan Ming's attention and even come personally? I heard that Ing Er and Yan Ming once cultivated in the Myriad Taoist Academy. The two of them are fellow disciples. Could it be because of this? He guessed in his heart. However, he quickly got up and went to the hall to welcome them. Logically speaking, Yan Ming's arrival was a matter of honor for the Luo clan. Why is Yan Ming here? Although Luo Ying's face was covered by the red veil, she could hear the voices outside the hall. She was also puzzled and couldn't help but frown. She knew that Yan Ming had once expressed his admiration for her, but was unfortunately rejected by her. This gave birth to a faint, uneasy premonition in her heart. She was afraid that this wedding would not go so smoothly. At this moment, she secretly glanced at Luo Feng through the gap of the red veil. Luo Feng's current state was a little strange to her. His eyes were not as dull as before. Instead, they were more lively. There was even a faint divine light flowing in them. However, all in all, he was still in a confused state. This made Luo Ying very curious. Could it be that Luo Feng had been pretending to be stupid all these years? Or was there another reason for his stupor? The current Luo Feng was indeed very different from the previous Luo Feng. To be more precise, his mind was in a mess. There was more of a slight stabbing pain. It was a feeling like his consciousness was shattered and many broken memories were recovering and fusing together. However, because there were too many broken memories, it was like a collapsing mountain flood. This caused him to be in a state of stupor for more than 20 years. Therefore, in the eyes of outsiders, there was no problem with Luo Feng's spirit. No spiritual medicine or sacred item could cure his condition. It was only because he had fused with the memories for too long. So my name is Luo Feng now. It seems that after that battle, my spirit was indeed shattered. I didn't expect to lose the battle of plundering the heavens. At this moment, Luo Feng gently closed his eyes and softly muttered to himself in his heart. The scenes of the past 20 years began to flash through his mind like lightning. Many lights and shadows flashed past and gradually became clear. Many things and many people appeared in his mind one by one. This made him sigh. Countless years ago, the upper realm and the deserted world were shattered into countless pieces because of the destruction of the 8,000 provinces and the collapse of the immortal palace. As the wind ancestor, he was in existence in the immortal palace that controlled the 4 supreme laws of earth, water, fire, and wind. His cultivation had already surpassed the ordinary immortal realm at that time. Among the 4 ancestors of earth, water, fire, and wind, he was the most fortunate. When the immortal palace collapsed, he escaped with his life. The others all died tragically. After that, the huge upper realm was sunk. Many territories were turned into ruins and collapsed into dust overnight. It could be said that the apocalyptic catastrophe almost caused the Tao laws of the entire heavens and realms to collapse. Thousands of immortals died. The heavens and earth could not bear the power that surpassed the immortal realm. Many immortal realm existences fled to another independent world. Because of this opportunity, he was extremely daring and took advantage of the chaos to steal the epic tree from the upper realm that was almost destroyed in the catastrophe. After that, he gathered the remnant immortals who were lucky enough to survive and participated in the so-called war of plundering the heavens in a vain attempt to control the entire upper realm. As the name implied, in this war, they tried to steal the heavenly Tao's authority. Unfortunately, they failed in the end. Everyone was injured. He almost died. With only a breath left, he escaped to the deserted world that was already separated from the upper realm. He then named this place the 8 Desolates, 10 regions. However, although they failed in the war of plundering the heavens, they still stole part of the heavenly Tao's rules and integrated it into the almost withered epic tree. They tried to evolve the 8 Desolates, 10 regions into a supreme world similar to the upper realm. Therefore, it was not an exaggeration to say that he was the ancestor of the entire 8 Desolates, 10 regions. Many memories flashed through Luo Feng's mind. He gradually calmed down. It seemed that the backup plan he had set up back then was effective. He did not die. He was just reincarnated. In this life, his name was Luo Feng. Previously, because his memories were not fully integrated, he became a fool and was mocked by others for more than 20 years. It seems that the upper realm has indeed gone crazy in these years after I died. They have been trying to invade, but unfortunately, they can't find that thing at all. The epic tree's existence is not something an immortal realm cultivator can touch. Back then, we inscribed many secret methods to stabilize its aura. Luo Feng sneered faintly in his heart. Since he dared to steal the epic tree, he naturally had the confidence to do so. He was not afraid that the upper realm would find him now. Moreover, after the catastrophe, the entire upper realm's power system had almost collapsed. There were no immortal realm cultivators now. Even if the upper realm attacked, they could only return empty-handed in the end. The 3 barriers we set up back then have been breached. However, it doesn't matter. Although it was an accident that I woke up in this life, it seems that it was destined. Recalling what had happened in 8 Desolation 10 regions during this time, Luo Feng was not worried. As the wind ancestor of the 4 ancestors of earth, water, wind, and fire, he had many tricks up his sleeve. Back then, he had a premonition that he might die, so he left behind many contingencies. Back then, each of his 4 subordinates was an immortal realm cultivator at their peak. After so many years, they had probably become an unimaginably powerful faction. Although he had just woken up, the imprint of the immortal path, branded in the depths of his spirit, could not be erased. In this era, although it was difficult to bear the power of the immortal path, given enough time, he believed he could use the epic tree's existence to break the shackles of the rules of heaven and earth. If there were no immortals in the upper realm, what did he have to fear? Luo Feng turned to look at the woman, wearing a phoenix coronet and a robe with a complicated expression. Although he had just woken up, he still remembered what Luoying had done all these years. After all, to Luoying, he was just a fool and did not hide many things from him. Ning, Er's descendant. Speaking of which, she looks very similar to Ning. As my wife in this life, is she planning to make it up to me? Luo Feng smiled bitterly in his heart. He could naturally feel the bloodline power in Luo Ying's body. Speaking of which, Luo Ying was the descendant of an old friend, but she looked very similar to an old friend who was very close to him in the past. Unfortunately, that old friend eventually married someone else because of other reasons, and the 2 of them ended up together. Just as Luo Feng's heart was filled with complicated feelings, footsteps sounded outside the hall. His father in this life and many guests today walked in, but their attitudes were unusually respectful and careful as they led the way in front. Several people walked in behind them, led by a young man who looked like a banished immortal. There were many people behind him, men and women, old and strong. Luo Feng recognized the current young lord of Crimson South City, Yan Ming, but at this moment Yan Ming was respectfully standing behind the young man. As for the group of people behind him, they made his heart tremble. He could not see through them. Whether it was the burly figure who looked like a god of war, the beautiful woman in the black dress, or the old man in the gray robe with a profound aura, he could not see through them. Although he did not have much cultivation now, his eyesight was still there, but now he could not see through this group of people. This made Luo Feng's heart tremble, and he tried to guess the origin and purpose of this group of people. Moreover, he did not know why, but when Luo Feng looked at the young man, he could not help but feel a little scared. This made him feel very strange. As the wind ancestor of the immortal palace, he even dared to steal the fate of the upper realm. Was there anything in this world that could make him feel scared? He wondered if it was because he had just recovered and his memory was a little chaotic. "Young master, please!" The clan head of the Luo clan and the others looked very respectful at this moment. They carefully accompanied him, afraid that they would accidentally anger Gu Chang'e, who was at the side. They thought that Yan Ming was coming to participate in the wedding banquet today, so everyone went out to welcome him. However, they found that Yan Ming was actually respectfully accompanying another young man. This made their hearts tremble and their eyes widened. They did not dare to be negligent. Even Yan Ming had such an attitude, which was enough to show that the other party's origin was unimaginable. They did not dare to guess at all. However, Gu Changa did not pay attention to the Luo clan master. After entering the hall, his eyes looked at the two wedding banquet protagonists in front of him with great interest. It had to be said that the rich Fate was not far from what he had guessed. He was a proper son of Fate from the revival of powerhouses, and from his expression, he did not seem to be mentally retarded. Could it be that he had regained his memory? As for the remaining member of the Guardian's bloodline, he glanced at him and was not interested. Seeing that Gu Changa did not even have the intention to acknowledge him, the Luo clan master looked a little embarrassed. At this moment, Crimson South City's young master Yan Ming saw that many guests were puzzled and looked at him curiously, and finally spoke with a cold smile on his face. "Let's not talk nonsense. Actually, I'm here today to save Junior's sister, Luo Ing, from the Sea of Fire. If the Luo clan knows what's good for you, then today's wedding banquet will be over. If you don't know what's good for you, haha." As soon as he said this, everyone in the hall was shocked. They widened their eyes in disbelief. Could it be that Yan Ming was here to snatch the bride today? As the young master of Crimson South City, Yan Ming's status was extremely noble. Therefore, although his actions today were overly arrogant, no one dared to speak. They were all shocked. The Luo clan master was also extremely shocked. He even suspected that he had misheard. However, he did not dare to provoke Yan Ming. He could only smile and say, "Young Master Yan Ming, are you joking?" "Do I look like someone who is joking?" "How can Junior's sister, Luo Ing, marry a fool? Aren't you just harming her? Only a person like me is worthy of such a precious girl like Junior's sister, Luo Ing." Hearing this, Yan Ming still had a cold smile on his face and said disdainfully. His words were full of cold mockery towards the Luo clan and Luo Feng.